Rob. What's up, man?
What's happening?
Yo, I'm getting ready to do a show. I got your name in the title. I got Apostle in the title. I got Easy Bands in the title. And the topic is Message to the Bible Thumpers. Apostle, Easy Bands, Black Sage, a.k.a. Elder Yarah, Judah Naz, and all others. Man, if you don't get this, it's not banging as far as I'm going in on y'all. I'm playing a clip, and I think you need to hear this, brother. I think you need to see this, because if you don't get this, there's nothing else that could save you, brother. And if you come in, you can tell me when to stop it, where you can explain it if you can, but I don't think you can explain it. You're going to sound silly trying to.
Who is it a clip from?
It's a documentary that I'm playing. And I found it last night, and I was watching the whole thing last night. This joint is powerful, man. It's powerful.
Oh, okay.
It's powerful. It's talking about the God of the Bible is evil. Why? It says, why is the God of the Bible evil? This joint is powerful, man.
Oh,
and it's been saying
I got
similar to things that I've been saying, but the way he puts it is awesome. You can't get out of this. You can't get out of this, bro. So it's a message to all of y'all Bible thumpers, man. You're welcome to come in and hit the channel. You're welcome. You can get out of it. It's up to you.
Oh man, that's easy work, bro. Trust me.
If you want the smoke, for real, come on in, brother.
Hey,
I'm
I
here.
stand with the best of the best with them, sir. I stand with the best of the best with them.
All right. Don't be afraid. Hit the panel, man. I'm going live.
All right, man.
All right. You know, AI have made it so easier now where I can make my own beats. Word, real talk. I could make my own instrumental beats. I made this beat the other day. And it's so easy now. So I might use this beat to go on another song that I might put up. I love it. I love it, man. How do y'all like this beat right here? Keep it real. This beat right here is crazy, man. Yeah. All right. I'm just hoping the sisters tune into this. Share this video, y'all. Send this video, because it ain't no profanity, none of that. Send this video to your wife, to your mother, to all of those, the Christians, the pastors. Share this video. Man, if this is really profound, it's deep. It's been saying similar to things that I've been saying throughout the years, and the way they put it is awesome. So I really want to dedicate this to the women, to the sisters, because if they wake up, then the babies wake up. And I always tell you, the only reason why you got Hebrew women is because of the man mind. Oh, that's like landmine. It's the man mind that shapes them, that makes them become Israelites, Hebrews, because they're going to follow their man. But they don't know that their man is weak right now. Their man is weak. Their man is following the white man. You know, he's not really following himself. And I'm so glad that the ancestors guided me in the right direction. What direction is that? To know. The direction is to know, not to believe. That's what's going to hurt you. And for the sisters that's out there, this goes out to you, and we're going to get it right in. Yeah. Wake up. hope this video.
That is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. Sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will you Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sister. The house is closing in, it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOK, it's the toughest terrain, where the truth hits hard, the cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be free. The final call. Yeah, will your Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall? The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. They call you apostle like you a prophet of God, telling lies and fooling people can't be that hard. You're preaching from YouTube, looking for a handout. I'm standing on family, trying to bring the truth out. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the dies. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will your Bible thumpers wake up, all just fall? Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, wake the sister up. Don't stop, don't stop. Sa.neter, don't stop, wake the sister up. Don't stop, wake the sisters up. Don't stop, don't stop.
All right, some of y'all, it might sound a little boring, but for those of y'all who want the knowledge, to some of y'all, I'm gonna say it again. To some of y'all, it might sound a little boring because y'all want that banging information. But no, I'm here to teach right now. And this information that I'm gonna bring, this documentary that I'm gonna bring, I'm laying in my bed last night. I cuts on my TV. I said, you know what? Let's go to YouTube. And I got it on the big screen. And so I type in God is evil. This video pops up. And I watched it from the beginning to the end. And I was like, damn, this is real. The way he put it is real. You can't get out of this, Israelites. You can't get out of this, Christians, because it's saying damn near the same thing that I've been saying for a while. Let's start this off with God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant.
If you open the Bible without belief and just read it like any other book, something quickly becomes clear. The God described in its pages doesn't behave like someone all good or all loving. He behaves like someone deeply insecure, often violent, and frequently unjust. Not just by modern standards, but even by the moral understanding of the time in which those texts were written. In the story of Noah, this God kills nearly every human on earth. Men, women, children, even animals that had nothing to do with anything. Why? Because humans were disobedient. So instead of helping them learn, this God drowns the entire world. That's not justice. That's not wisdom. That's rage. If a human ruler did that today, we would call them a monster. Later in the story, we meet Abraham. God commands him to kill his own son just to test his loyalty. This isn't morality. This is psychological abuse. No moral being would demand that from anyone. Testing someone's love through the threat of murdering a child isn't a test of faith. It's a test of obedience with a price far too high. And then there's Job, a man who is faithful, kind, and righteous. But Satan challenges God, claiming Job is only good because his life is good. So what does God do? He allows Satan to destroy Job's life, kill his children, and cover him in disease, just to win a bet. What kind of being plays games with human suffering to prove a point? Job did nothing wrong, and yet everything was taken from him to satisfy a divine ego. There are hundreds of such moments throughout the Bible. Slavery isn't just permitted, it's regulated. Human beings are treated as property. Rules are given on how hard you can beat your slaves, not whether you should own them at all. You can sell your daughter. You can keep foreign slaves forever. If the Bible came out today as a new book, it would be banned in most countries under human rights law. This is the God people are told to worship, not just respect, not just believe in, but worship, praise, love, or else. Because if you don't, this same God promises eternal punishment, not for crimes, not for harm, not for cruelty, but for disbelief. Even if you're kind, even if you're honest, even if you spend your life doing good things, if you don't believe in this particular being, you're condemned to eternal suffering. What kind of mind invents a place like hell? A place of never-ending pain, not for learning, not for change, just pain, forever, for people who simply didn't accept a story, or were born into a culture that taught them something else. That isn't justice. That's not a loving creator. That's control through fear. That's what tyrants do. And calling it divine doesn't make it better. It makes it worse, because it hides behind the language of love while offering only threats. In Exodus, God hardens Pharaoh's heart repeatedly, just so he can show off his power through plagues. He could have ended it at any time, but he didn't. Instead, he kills Egyptian children in the final plague, children who had nothing to do with Pharaoh's actions. What kind of morality is that? In Deuteronomy, the Israelites are commanded to slaughter entire towns, including women and children, not just to win battles, but to completely destroy the enemy's culture, to erase their language, their gods, their lives. This isn't spiritual guidance. This is conquest. This is cultural genocide written into scripture. And through it all, this God demands worship, constantly. It's not just about behavior, it's about recognition, submission, fear. You must fear the Lord, says scripture, again and again. What kind of love is built on fear? What kind of goodness needs constant praise to feel real? If we found these behaviors in a person, we would not call them holy. We would call them dangerous. But because these actions are attributed to a divine being, many people excuse them, or ignore them, or pretend they don't exist. But they do exist. The stories are there, in black and white, and they are brutal. The Bible even says that God is jealous. That's not a metaphor, that's a character trait. An all-powerful being who supposedly created galaxies is somehow jealous of human attention, jealous of statues, jealous of other gods people might invent. That isn't love, that's insecurity. Think about this. If you had a friend who demanded constant praise, punished you for disagreeing, tested you with pain, and threatened you with harm if you left the friendship, you wouldn't call that love. You'd call that abuse. The moral bar for the God of the Bible is set lower than we'd accept in any other part of life. If a teacher treated students like this, they'd be fired. If a parent did, they'd lose custody. If a partner did, we'd call it toxic. But somehow, when it's a deity, people call it holy. Nowhere is this clearer than in the concept of original sin. According to this doctrine, all humans are born guilty. Not because of anything they've done, but because of something an ancestor supposedly did thousands of years ago. What kind of justice is that? If a court punished children for crimes their great-grandparents committed, it would be seen as a deep violation of fairness. But religion celebrates this idea. Not only are you guilty from birth, you must accept this guilt and beg for forgiveness to be saved. This is not the language of healing. This is the language of control. Even Jesus, who is often presented as a figure of peace, says that anyone who doesn't follow him will be cast out. He speaks of eternal fire. He brings not peace, but a sword. He separates families. He calls a woman a dog when she begs for help. These are not the words of an enlightened teacher. These are the words of someone upholding the same tribal exclusivity found throughout the Old Testament. The message is always the same: obey, believe, submit, or suffer. And yet, millions are taught this story from childhood before they have the tools to question it, before they can see the contradictions, before they can ask if this God even deserves respect, let alone worship. Children are taught that questioning is rebellion, that thinking is dangerous, that doubt is a sin. And that is perhaps the cruelest part of it all, not just the violence of the stories, but the conditioning that makes people accept it as love. A child taught that love means punishment will struggle to understand healthy love. A mind taught that questioning is evil will grow up unable to reason freely. And a society that treats fear as a virtue will never be truly free. People are often told that the God of the Bible is the foundation of morality, that without him, we would have no sense of right or wrong. But when we actually look at the actions attributed to him, we don't find a model of justice. We find a long record of cruelty, favoritism, and indifference to suffering. This God allows slavery. He demands war. He punishes generations for the sins of their fathers. He shows favoritism to one tribe over all others and encourages them to kill and conquer in his name. That's not morality. That's tribal politics dressed up in religious clothing. The 10 Commandments are often held up as the core of biblical morality. But take a closer look. The first 4 commandments are entirely about loyalty to God. No other gods, no idols, don't misuse his name, and keep his holy day. These aren't moral rules, they're loyalty tests. Only 6 deal with how humans treat each other, and even those are limited. There's nothing in the commandments about slavery, rape, or genocide. Nothing about kindness to strangers, or equality, or mercy. Things we consider deeply important today aren't even mentioned. And those commandments are later buried under a mountain of rules about animal sacrifice, priestly clothing, and food restrictions, laws that seem more obsessed with ritual than with justice. This God gives instructions on who to kill and when. He allows the stoning of children for being disobedient. He demands death for gathering wood on the wrong day. He orders mass killings and yet calls himself loving. When a man picks up sticks on the Sabbath, he is executed, not warned, not forgiven. Executed, because he broke a rule about a particular day of the week. If that were the act of a ruler today, we'd call it tyranny. But when it's in the Bible, it gets called sacred law. Why? Because faith discourages questioning. That's the defense mechanism. If you question, you're told you lack humility. If you doubt, you're told you're proud. This is how abusive systems protect themselves, by blaming the doubter, not the rule. You can't ask why God allowed slavery, because the answer is always that he had a plan. You can't ask why he kills innocent children, because the answer is always that we don't understand his ways. You can't ask why eternal punishment is moral, because the answer is always that we are sinful and deserve it. But what happens when you step back and say, no, that's not enough. That's not a good reason. That's not a good plan. Then the mask slips. Because without the shield of mystery, the behavior of this God doesn't look wise. It looks brutal. Take the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. God is angry with the people in those cities, so he destroys both cities completely. Men, women, children, animals, everyone. And Lot, the one man he spares, offers his own daughters to be raped by a mob. This is the man God saves. That's the moral example. And what's Lot's reward? He and his daughters flee to the mountains, where his daughters get him drunk and sleep with him to continue the family line. That's the story. That's in the Bible. These are not stories that reflect moral clarity. They reflect chaos, control, and brokenness. The Bible isn't just inconsistent. It's filled with contradictions in character. God is called loving, but acts with rage. He's called just, but punishes the innocent. He's called merciful, but rarely forgives without blood. What kind of morality is that? What kind of mind needs a death to forgive? Even Jesus, who is often used to soften the image of the Old Testament God, speaks of eternal judgment. He tells parables where people are thrown into outer darkness, where they are cut into pieces, where the fire never stops. He says that unless you hate your family, you can't follow him. He curses a fig tree for not having fruit, even though it was out of season. He drives demons into pigs and lets them drown. These are not the actions of someone all-wise and peaceful. They are the actions of someone wrapped in a worldview of punishment and control. And always, it comes back to belief, not action, not kindness, not justice, but belief. You must believe, or you will burn. That is the foundation. That is the central threat. And if you read the Bible honestly, it's clear that this God is not interested in freedom. He is interested in submission. He wants obedience, not understanding. He rewards loyalty, not goodness. Why do you think people were burned at the stake in his name? Why were heretics tortured? Why were women executed for being witches? Why did slavery flourish under Christian empires for hundreds of years? Because the book they followed gave them permission. It didn't forbid it, it supported it. The God of the Bible is not a God of human rights. He is not a God of liberty. He is not a God of reason. He is a God of rules, of violence, of unquestioned authority. Even the concept of salvation in Christianity is based on someone else's suffering. You are told that someone had to be tortured and killed so you could be forgiven, and that you must accept this blood payment or be punished forever. What kind of system is that? What kind of justice demands blood to forgive? That is not moral. That is tribal, ancient, and deeply broken. And yet, people continue to say that without this God, there can be no morality, that without him, everything would fall apart. But the truth is, morality doesn't come from this kind of God. It never did. We didn't learn compassion from genocide. We didn't learn kindness from threats of hell. We didn't learn justice from a God who punishes the innocent. We learned those things from experience, empathy, and reason. And the more we moved away from biblical law, the more just our societies became. Women gained rights not because of the Bible, but despite it. Slavery was abolished not because Scripture condemned it, but because humans finally realized it was evil. The Bible was used to defend it for centuries. Segregation was justified with verses. Misogyny was defended with verses. Even war has been declared in the name of this God. So, if morality depends on him, why does following him so often lead to harm? Because this God is not moral, not by any standard we would accept today. And if we are honest, we should not ignore that. We should not excuse it. We should not let loyalty blind us to cruelty. If a being created the entire universe and set the rules of right and wrong, then those rules are a reflection of his character. And if those rules include slavery, genocide, rape, and eternal torture, then we must ask, what kind of character is that? Not a loving one, not a just one, not a good one. In every major religion, people create gods in their own image. But the God of the Bible, if you strip away the worship and the rituals, doesn't look like the best of us. He looks like the worst of us. He behaves like a violent ruler, not a moral guide. He reacts like a jealous king, not a wise teacher. He punishes like a dictator, not a parent who wants understanding. This isn't just about reading the Bible literally. Even when people interpret the stories as metaphor or myth, the message remains consistent. Obedience above all else. Abraham is praised for his willingness to kill. Job is praised for enduring suffering without question. Moses is denied entry into the promised land for a minor disobedience. Lot's wife is turned into salt for simply looking back. These are not stories of freedom. They are stories of fear. In modern life, we would not accept these standards anywhere else. A workplace that demanded this kind of submission would be called toxic. A family that punished doubt would be called abusive. A government that demanded constant praise and threatened dissenters would be called authoritarian. But in religion, we are told that these things are signs of divine love. We've accepted a lower moral standard for a being who claims to be perfect. And it goes deeper than just a few stories. This God claims to have created every part of us, our bodies, our minds, our emotions, our desires. Then he punishes us for the very things he built into us. He creates humans with sexual impulses, and then condemns them for acting on them. He gives us curiosity, and then calls it sin when we question. He gives us the capacity for doubt, and then threatens us for using it. If this is design, it's a trap that starts at birth and ends only in surrender. And when you try to talk about these things, the defense is always the same. You just don't understand God's plan. But a moral system that can't be explained without mystery isn't moral, it's convenient. If the answer to every objection is, you're too limited to understand, then morality becomes meaningless. You can justify anything with that excuse. In any other area of life, we reject this reasoning. If someone tells us they hurt a child because of a secret higher plan, we don't accept that. If someone tortures others and says it's for their own good, we call it evil. But when the Bible says it, people nod. Why? Because they've been taught to redefine evil as good if it comes from God. This is one of the most dangerous ideas ever invented, that morality depends not on actions but on the source, that if God does it, it must be good, no matter what it is. That's how people come to accept genocide, slavery, and eternal torture as somehow just. But actions matter, intentions matter, and consequences matter. If the God of the Bible were a character in a modern novel, he'd be the villain. He's jealous, angry, violent, and petty. He punishes generations. He controls through fear. He demands praise. He micromanages sexuality. He treats women as property. He kills children. He creates hell. These aren't the traits of a moral being. They are the traits of a being obsessed with control. And that's what makes the God of the Bible so dangerous. Not just because of what he supposedly did thousands of years ago, but because people still worship that character today. They model laws on him. They raise children to fear him. They treat his words as unquestionable truth, even when those words support cruelty. How many lives have been shaped by fear of this God? How many children have cried themselves to sleep because they were afraid of hell? How many people have lived in shame because they were told that natural feelings made them sinful? How many have been excluded, punished, or even killed because of commandments written in an ancient book? It's not just history, it's happening now. People lose their families because they question their faith. They lose jobs. They lose their place in their communities. And in some countries, they lose their lives, all for questioning a God whose behavior, if found in any other context, would be called evil. And yet we're told that this God is love. What kind of love requires fear? What kind of love demands blood? What kind of love punishes eternally? That is not love. That is control. And calling it divine doesn't make it good. It just makes it harder to question. But questioning is exactly what we must do. If a belief system demands that we stop thinking, it is afraid of reason. If a God demands that we ignore cruelty, it is not moral. If a religion tells us that morality begins with submission, then it has already failed the test of ethics. We do not need ancient threats to be good. We do not need a jealous ruler in the sky to live meaningful lives. We do not need hell to teach compassion or heaven to inspire kindness. These things come from within us, from empathy, from understanding, from care. The God of the Bible, when stripped of worship, is revealed to be deeply flawed, not because people misinterpret him, but because the stories themselves reflect the mindset of tribal men, writing in a time of war, fear, and ignorance. They created a God that looked like them, violent, territorial, controlling. And people still bow to that God today, not out of admiration, but out of fear. But fear is no foundation for morality. When people say the God of the Bible is love, they are often repeating something they were told long before they were old enough to ask whether it's true. They aren't responding to the stories themselves. They're responding to a lifetime of reinforcement through sermons, songs, family traditions, and emotional pressure. But if you strip that away and just look at the stories, without the halo, without the reverence, without the emotional fog, you don't see love. You see power. You see punishment. You see fear used as a tool. Ask yourself, what kind of being creates a world, fills it with people who are flawed by design, gives them limited understanding, surrounds them with conflicting messages, and then threatens them with infinite punishment for getting it wrong? A being that wanted obedience, not goodness. And that's the difference most people miss. Obedience is not morality. Doing what you're told is not the same as doing what is right. But in the Bible, obedience is praised above all else, even when it leads to harm. Abraham is praised for being willing to kill. Saul is condemned for sparing an enemy. Uzzah is struck dead for trying to steady the ark. These aren't stories of moral growth. They're stories of rule enforcement. They reward fear, not understanding. A system that punishes independent thought is not moral. A God that demands belief under threat is not loving. A deity that measures your worth by how much you submit is not just. And this is what makes the God of the Bible so deeply incompatible with modern ethics. He is not guided by reason. He is not bound by fairness. He is not consistent. He helps some and destroys others without explanation. He chooses favorites. He drowns the world. He wipes out entire cities and then demands to be praised. And the deeper problem is this: people begin to reflect the God they believe in. If your God is vengeful, you will find reasons to be vengeful. If your God is exclusionary, you will justify exclusion. If your God demands suffering, you will stop questioning the suffering of others. Ideas have consequences, and the idea of a God who tortures, kills, and controls through fear has shaped societies in ways we still see today. Religious wars weren't accidents. They were carried out in the name of this God. The Crusades, the Inquisitions, the burning of heretics, these were not distortions of the faith. They were the faith, acted out by people who believed they were following the will of the God in their holy book. Even today, people use the Bible to justify violence, discrimination, and hate. They quote verses to attack women's rights, to oppose science, to deny LGBTQ people basic dignity. Not because they are evil, but because their God is. Because the stories they believe in tell them that punishment is good, that exclusion is holy, that eternal torment is justice. It doesn't have to be this way. We can hold ourselves to a higher standard than that. We can say that morality means reducing harm, increasing understanding, and respecting others not because we fear punishment, but because we care. The God of the Bible does not ask us to care. He asks us to obey. And if we don't, he threatens us. That is the foundation. And it's not just immoral, it's unnecessary. People are capable of deep empathy without religion. We are capable of cooperation, justice, sacrifice, and love, without threats of hell or promises of heaven. In fact, we are often at our best when we are acting from conscience, not fear. The God of the Bible isn't a guide to follow. He's a cautionary tale, a record of ancient people projecting their fears, their politics, their power struggles into the sky. He's not divine. He's human, deeply human. And that's why he fails the moral test again and again. When we outgrow fear-based systems, we stop needing gods like that. We stop needing to believe that eternal torture is love, that blind obedience is virtue, that doubt is sin. We stop needing to excuse cruelty by calling it holy. And that's why the God of the Bible, if judged by his actions, is not good, not wise, not just, and certainly not loving. If such a being existed, he would not deserve worship. He would deserve resistance. Because morality should inspire us to think, not to submit, to question, not to bow, to care, not to fear. And that's the true test of any system, not whether it can make people follow rules, but whether it helps them live better lives. The God of the Bible doesn't pass that test. Thanks for watching. If you made it...
Man, powerful. And if y'all can't get that, I don't know what else to say about this, man. For real. If y'all don't get that, I don't know what else to say about this. Now, there is somebody in the chat who calls himself Nobody. I don't know who that is. He called himself Nobody. And I guess he really is a nobody, because this is what he puts up. This is straight up gaslighting. Now, you know a nut, right? When you hear a nut speak. He said, this is straight up gaslighting. How can this be gaslighting? Told you, even when you come with the truth and with the facts, everything that this documentary said, you can find it in the Bible. There is not one thing that he said that was not true. Do you agree or you disagree, family? For those of y'all who know the scriptures, point out anybody, show me one thing that he said that was not facts, that's in the Bible. So I guess Nobody don't know nothing about the scriptures. You know, he's hurt. He's probably a Christian. I get it. But that's why it starts off saying, if you are a believer, you are a believer. You're not going to get it because your mind is already tainted. You already been exposed. Weak, soft. You're a chump. And I ain't saying that to nobody. I'm saying those of you who are caught up into the Bible thing, you are a chump. You're not a strong-minded man. The link is in the chat. Don't be afraid to hit the link. Come in and talk to me. Nobody. Come in and talk to me. Show us what you mean when you say that this is gaslighting, straight up gaslighting. You just a believing nigga. That's all it is. You just a believer. That's all you are. You are a believer. And what does a belief mean? You coming with no facts. You coming with no proof. You coming with no information. Why? Because you a believing nigga. You just a believing nigga. You don't know nothing. See? You just believe. What it said at the beginning? Let me see. I ain't gonna play it all. I'm gonna just see what it said at the beginning again. What did it say?
If you open the Bible without belief and just read it like any other book.
There you go. If you open the Bible without any belief, see, that's how you got to do this. Because when you become, see, even he knows that. When you are a believer and you open the book, you automatically is going to, condemn what is rightfully telling you. Moses, bring your monkey ass up in here, Moses. You got something to say. Don't be scared. Hit the link. You see, once you are a believer like Moses, shout out to my man Moses, man. We bang. If you are a believer like Moses, Yarah, where the hell you at, Yarah? Let me get Yarah up in here. Don't run now. And y'all heard when it said that slavery, when it talked about slavery, that was the reason why it lasts so long, because the Bible promoted it. And it was going by what the Bible was saying. Right? Fear. When you listen to these Hebrews, when you listen to these Christians, all they talk about is God gonna get you. Why you do that? Why you say that? God is gonna get you. Watch what happened to you. Fear. God controls you. The God of the Bible controls you through fear. In the Bible. Huh? The God of the Bible controls you through fear. Didn't the scripture say, and how many times we heard Yarah say this, Tazariak say this, all the Hebrews say this. When they looking at something and I show them something that's evil, they say, no, it's good because God did it. How many times you heard them say that? So evil is looked upon as good to the religious mindset because why? God did it. So now that makes it good. But if someone else would do the same thing, you would call it evil. Why? Why would you call it evil? I want to ask that question. Yarah, bring your monkey ass up in here. Don't be scared now. Why would you call it evil if someone else done it? It's all bored. I hear you. You must be a Christian.
Yo, son, I'm coming.
Yeah, bring your monkey ass up in here, Yarah.
I'm going to bust your head. Wait till I come over here.
Now, y'all know. Yarah is getting ready to come up in here and look silly as hell and say some stupid stuff. He never disappoints, right? Sometimes you got to ask yourself, who is worse? Is it Black Sage or is it Apostle? Is it Black Sage or is it Apostle? And I know Apostle was watching. Watch this. I know Apostle was watching, but they scared. Watch this. Let's hear Apostle.
Yeah.
Apostle, what's happening?
You,
Did you see it?
No.
Don't lie. You
You
seen it. Stop lying.
I have not looked. I'm sitting here drawing.
Drawing?
I don't. Yeah. I'm painting.
Let me ask you a question, Apostle. And I'm live. I want you to know I'm live. So I'll tell you that first.
Thank you for doing that this time.
Okay, I'm
You
live.
didn't do it last, but thank you.
Well, let me tell you what's going on. Let me ask you, why is evil is good when God do it, but when man do it, you call it out and say that's evil? Why is that?
Because God doesn't do evil. He doesn't do evil for evil.
So if God kills innocent babies and bashes their head or drown them, you saying that that's not evil? That God did innocent children? That's not evil?
God has not bashed innocent children's heads. What are you talking about, son? God has not bashed any innocent women's head.
When God gives
children's head.
When God give permission to the Israelites,
you're changing the subject.
No, listen, brother. When God give permission to the Israelites to do what you will, I have delivered them to you, and they go up in there and they killing babies and doing all this. How you gonna say that God have not bashed innocent children's head? God is behind it. He's the one doing the killing. So here's the question. Why is it evil when God do evil? But if man was to do the same thing, you would call it out and say, yo, that's evil. That's wicked.
Man doesn't have the right to kill, destroy, nothing.
See, I want everybody to hear.
God can destroy. Yeah, everybody listen.
Everybody
and listen and listen good.
Go ahead.
No, everybody listen and listen good. The clay doesn't have control over the potter. The potter has control over the clay.
Damn.
Just like I'm sitting here with this painting. I have the control. The painting doesn't dictate to me. I dictate to the painting. If I decide that my painting is not good enough, I can destroy it. But I can't destroy your painting.
This dude over here talking about destroying paintings. I'm talking about real life and people, brother. You talking about some
that's what life painting. Listen. See, the thing is, you don't understand. To God, life ain't nothing but a painting.
Hold up, here's that
He can redo it.
Here's the word again, y'all. You don't understand. But he understands.
Right, you don't.
Now watch this. Hold up, Apostle.
Yeah, because hold on, let me speak. Hold on, man. If this is what's going to happen every time I start speaking, I got to listen to you. But when I start speaking, you're going to interrupt. What good is that? See, you're trying to bring God down to your level instead of you rising to God's level. Man is but a filthy rag to God.
Damn. See that?
That's the Bible says. Man is but, that's because of man.
But how can man be a filthy rag? Hold up, man. We gotta have a dialogue. How could man be a filthy rag to God when man is the one that created God? Man is the one that created God.
Man didn't create. See, that's the problem.
Yo, don't talk when I talk. Didn't you just tell me that? Did you? So man created God. Man created devil in the mindset. And not only that, when you're talking about evil is good when God do it, but evil is not good when man do it. Brother, didn't God say, I'm going to create you in the image and likeness of me? So if he created you in his image, what is the image? When you look in that mirror, be quiet, man. I'm gonna pass you the mic. When you look in that mirror, what image do you see? You got to see the image of what? Of a God. I created you in my image. And then he says, I created you also in my likeness. What is the likeness? Power, control, the ability to do what you want to do on earth. That's the likeness, brother. What are you talking about? You don't know this book. And you say that to everybody else because you are a believer. You just believe in fear. You don't believe with wisdom. You don't believe with understanding. You believe in fear. Go ahead. I'll let you get the last word.
So you don't even believe at all. You said man created God. So if man created God, then man is the evil one, not God. Because man created God to be evil, according to you. So we're not made in the image of God. God is made in the image of us, according to you.
I was telling you according to the
No, shut up. Be quiet. I'm talking. I couldn't stop you. You went on a diatribe. So man is the one that's responsible. Since man created God, he should have created a better God, but he didn't. He created a God after his own corrupted heart. That's why you got a corrupt God. That's why you got a corrupt God, because you are a believer in that corrupt God.
Hey, yo, why don't you
I'm not a believer of that God.
Why don't
I'm not a believer. Don't
be quiet. No, I gotta cut you. I gotta cut you right now. Why don't you hit the platform? Hit the platform, so because my daughter calling me on the phone, man. Yo, nigga. Let me hang up on you, man. This dude is out of control. I'm telling him my daughter's calling me on the goddamn phone and I can't answer it while you on the phone. I could answer it, but come on, man. Goddamn. Let me call her back. But go ahead, Moses.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, man.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna let you answer the phone first, bro, because I need you to hear me. I need you to hear me.
Go ahead, brother. Just go, because I don't need to hear you. You don't come with the pseudo stuff.
The answer is, man. You know, are we sourcing up or not? You gonna let me source up or not? You know, the show is about sourcing up or shut up. So I'm trying to source up, man. You gonna share these slides for me, or what's up? What's up? What's up? That very first one. Everything that I heard AI saying that you played, that's what I was hearing. Is the United States government evil, bruh? Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 through 28, where it says, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. Has not the black man been created in the image and likeness of these white folks that have been governing over us? Can you prove that this scripture is not an ancient form of the president, the judicial, the executive, the legislative branches of America's government? Is the president today the same president as the very first president of the United States? And that's the thing, sa.neter, you and AI, y'all don't know what a biblical God is. Y'all, as a matter of fact, what I think you should do, right, is show everybody what the English definition for the English word God is, and then I'll show you what the definition or the pronunciation and definition for that word is according to people.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You coming in with the flim flam, you changing the whole goddamn story. I'm talking about the God of the goddamn Bible.
That's the God I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about no government. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about what mostly our people is controlled by. We are controlled through fear. We are controlled through fear in the God of the Bible. I'm not talking about all this other nonsense that you coming with. And see, you came in to change the story.
No,
you are directing the people away from what I was talking about. And I'm not going to allow you to do that.
I'm talking about you and AI. You and AI are talking about the invisible man.
If it come from AI, was AI speaking the truth? Yes or no? Did it say anything wrong pertaining to what it was saying in the Bible?
About America, Rome.
No, about the Bible, brother. Not about America.
sa.neter, once again, I don't
stay focused, Moses.
Stay focused. You is my brother. You need to
look at me, Moses.
I'm looking right at you.
I'm trying to keep you on this online. Stay focused. We're talking about the Bible. We're not talking about the governments of America right now.
But sa.neter, the God of the Bible is taking place in Northeast Africa, not America, bro.
No. The God of the Bible is taking place inside of the mind of man. That's where it's taking place at. That's the first thing. Once it's inside your mind, it controls you. All right. So stop looking at it like that. Look at it controlling the mind of man, brother. That's what it's controlling. Forget all the pseudo stuff.
Okay, sorry. So you keep going to the pseudo thing. Show the next screen. Show the next slide, bro. You flim-flamming people. You false flagging. Because it says right here, according to the Bible, the God over there in Africa's territory, the biblical territory, Ethiopia, Syria, it says, I have said you are gods and all of you are children of the Most High. The AI said that God was the creator of the universe and so on and so forth. Now go to the next slide, the next verse, verse 7.
This ain't got nothing to do with what the hell I was
talking about the biblical God, bro. We talking about the biblical God. I'm showing you biblical scriptures. But you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Go to the next verse, bro. You the one that's not focused. The next verse, I've already read verse 7. Go to verse 8. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all nations. How is the God that created the universe and the suns and the stars and the quasars, all of that, got to rise up again and inherit all nations? Your understanding and AI's understanding of biblical God is not correct, because biblical God takes place in Northeast Africa. Okay, so now let's go look at next slide, bro. Next slide. Because you on this white supremacist seminary school.
Let me get this right. You're saying that the clip I played was not correct. That was lies.
No, it's not lying.
The clip that I played was incorrect.
It is incorrect because it's out of context.
Oh my God!
It's out of context because it's based on God. It's based on English people's understanding of God. The Bible is telling you right here in Genesis chapter 2, verse 13, and Genesis chapter 2, 14, where the Bible is taking place. Nobody here spoke English. Nobody here was talking about God. They were talking about Elohim. And what is Elohim over there? A council of judges and magistrates. Your legislative, your judicial, your executive branches in the very first civilization.
Stop, because you don't know a goddamn thing. You don't know what you're talking about. The Bible, the AI, the documentary that I played was talking about the stories that is written in the book. Are you telling everybody right now that when men read this book, they are not controlled by fear? Are you telling me that Yarah is not controlled by fear? Are you telling me that Judah Nazareth is not controlled by fear? What is the first thing they say? Apostle. Oh, God gonna get you, man. Oh, man, you shouldn't say that. God is there. God is watching. God gonna get you. God gonna kill you. God gonna do this. Don't they say that? So the Bible, with the thing that I was showing, the documentary was showing you about the stories that were written in the Bible, brother. That's what it was showing you. And you missed the whole thing.
Sa.neter, the stories that are written in the Bible are written in English about people in Africa. And yes, Black Sage does have a fear of God because that's how the white supremacists taught God to him. Same thing with Judah Nazareth. Same thing with Apostle. All of them have white supremacist understanding of what God is, and that is to keep the black man out of his position. We are God, bro. We are Jesus. That the Bible is talking about us when we used to rule in the first civilization, and it's explaining why our kingdom fell. And America's in that position today. America's in the same exact position.
You know what? It's sad. You ain't saying nothing that the documentary was saying. You ain't even talking about that. You take the story somewhere else. I'm telling you that the God of the Torah, the God of the Bible, is the most wicked God on the planet. It's evil, brother. That's what I'm telling you. Do you agree or you disagree?
I disagree with that.
All right, let me move on then.
Hold on, let me just say one last thing, and I'll let you go on. The Bible itself tells you that there are false prophets, teachers among you, and AI is a victim of false prophets and teachers that don't understand that these stories are written.
I don't believe you didn't agree with nothing AI was saying, brother.
Yeah, of course, because I know what God is. I know that God is governments, bro. God is not the invisible man. God is legislative, executive, judicial branches, and they go astray from their laws, statutes, and commandments that they create. Here it is. They done created laws, statutes, and commandments for the civilization to live by, but they themselves don't even follow that stuff. Yo, if you show disloyalty to America, and let's say you choose President Putin to be a president, you will be tried for treason. You will be
moving the goalposts again.
You know, it's the goal. It's
Talking
that
about some goddamn-
invisible man.
talking about some other stuff.
Go on to Reggie, man. You being hard.
Yeah, let me go on to Black Sage. Black Sage was here first. Black Sage, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
The question I have for you is same question I had for Apostle, so I can hear the crazy talk. Why, when God do evil in the Bible, in the book, it is looked upon as good, but when man do evil, it's looked upon as bad?
I don't understand that retarded ass question.
You
The
understand?
fact of the matter is when the Bible says you're doing exactly what men would
Hey
do.
Moses, delete those things, brother, so I can have room down the gate.
You're doing exactly what the Bible says men would do.
And
You
what's
would
that?
call good evil and evil good. You're not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that you have that train of thought, because that's what the scripture says that you would do. You're only fulfilling what the biblical narrative says. And to Moses, I agree with a lot of what he says, especially except for the part that I'm not afraid of God, but I do fear him. Fear is a form of respect.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You feared your. Listen,
no man.
You gonna tell me that when you did wrong when you was growing up, that you didn't fear your mom was gonna slap you upside your head if you got caught doing wrong? It's not different. It's not different. It's not different. There is a healthy fear that exists among all men that you should have, and when you don't have that, you know what they call you? A goddamn psychopath.
So
And a
let me ask you,
sociopath. There
so
is a
God
such thing.
said-
You need a healthy fear of your parents. You need a healthy fear of those who are in law enforcement, who have rule over you. There is a healthy fear. Without those things in place, guess what?
What?
You couldn't even live the life you claim you live. Who's to stop people from running up in your house, taking your food that you work for, kicking your door in, pissing on your brand new couch that you paid for, if there was no fear of law enforcement? So stop with this foolishness, man. I would suggest, and I don't always agree with Moses, but what he said was factual.
Damn.
That what you're reading, you don't understand it because you're taking on the Europeans' perspective of what they want you to believe these things are saying. This is what I say all the time when I tell people, there's a way to read the Bible, and then there's a way that you understand the Bible. And you can't understand it from the European perspective that you're reading from, especially when you get on AI. Guess what it's pulling from? Guess what it's pulling from? Whoever controls that whole AI system. You only agree with Elon Musk is telling you to agree with. You only agree with Mark Zuckerberg is telling you to
All right,
agree
hold
with.
on, brother. Look at Moses. He like that. Moses said,
It's
"Yeah,
a fact.
him. We got Yarah now. You done converted Yarah, Moses, into this sick thinking. We're talking about the God of the Bible is wicked and evil. So when God is killing innocent babies, brother,
America kills innocent
hold on.
babies.
I ain't talking about America. I'm talking about God.
You just talking about
Now,
America.
so now you comparing God to America?
America is God, bro, according to
Oh, Yarah, you agree with that?
I agree with it.
Oh shit.
That's what the scriptures say. I said that ye are gods. Ye are all children of the Most High.
All right, I heard enough of this foolishness. I heard enough of this foolishness. Let me bring on one of the young grandmaster teachers in our community, Dr. Reggie. What's up, Reggie?
Peace to you, sa.neter, and peace to the audience. And these dudes are out of their minds.
Right.
They're completely out of their minds. The Bible in itself reads that God is a jealous God, that God murders people only because he feels like it, and you can't ask him why, right? You have to just have faith. Now these people, right? They're on their last legs, sa.neter. Their only platform is your platform. They don't have no platform. Nobody else would listen to them. Nobody. You give them a platform, but I know why you do, just as an example. So to these two jokers, right? Well, let me just not call you jokers. Let me just call you converts. You were something else.
Yeah, no name calling. Just break it down.
Converts,
Let him do his thing, man. He funny, man.
religious converts. So you know that the Bible, right? The Bible was the Bible that you use is the King James version, right? You know that Oxford and Cambridge, they got together and they wrote the New Testament based on the Septuagint, and the Old Testament they wrote it off of a single Masoretic text. Morpheus will come on soon whenever sa.neter invites him, and he will expose it. Now, getting back to the King James, why don't you read the King James if that's what you believe? Why don't you read the original King James in the language of Old English? Why don't you? Right? One is because you can't. It won't make any sense. So what you do is you read other versions of the King James Version, right, by more modern Europeans. Not you. No black person has written any authorized King James Version. But now you play with us and you say the white man when you want to use the white man, but I'm going to use the white man for our purposes. You're using the white man's narrative. You have always used the white man's narrative. And until you can come on and you can actually show us in its true form, the Bible. So that means you would have to read the New Testament in Greek, right? And you have to read the Old Testament straight from the Masoretic text. Uh, there are very few, if there are very few surviving Masoretic texts, so it's lost. It's lost, and what it is that it's always been in the hands of Europeans, always been in the hands, not even Hebrews. It was lost to the Hebrews, and at the time that the book that you got, it's in the hands. Now, to come over to our audience and for you people to try to interpret stuff that was already cleaned up, right? Right? Because the Bible is obviously even worse than what you're reading it, right? Cleaned up and then try to, what do you call it? Do humanetics, coping with the text that you can't fix. So when God flooded the world, that was God flooded the world. He killed innocent babies, mothers, grandmothers, right? Men, right? Who didn't even see it coming. He selected one person, Noah, and Noah selected his family. And then after the flood receded, then and the daughters, the wives, and then when the flood was receded, right, it still was not cured. Even more wars, right, killings and murders happened, right, and like Morpheus said, it all happened on 125th Street in a very, very small portion of the world, right? Now you expect us in 2026, this is not even 2025 anymore, 2026, to believe those fairy tales when you can't even produce the law in its original form. It was lost. And you converts, right? You scatter what you can from the European. And then you know that there's text in that book that was left out. Who left out those texts? God or men? Who left those texts out? God or men? Right? So you don't have a complete story. You have a narrative that King Henry VIII, right, when he broke from the Catholic Church, right, he created his own Bible, and then after that Bible, then ultimately you have his descendants, his royal descendants in that land, trying to control the rest of Europe against the Catholics. Now that's history. Now you want us to read verbatim from things that have already been tampered with. Do you really think that we're that stupid?
Yes.
No, no. We are not stupid, because we call you Black Sage, right? To show us anything original.
Okay, so let's talk about let's talk about original, Reggie, because this is where you're a moron, right?
Right,
When
and
you
I'm
start
trying to
talking
show
this type of
original,
stuff,
but
See,
right?
sa.neter, you told me not to curse.
So,
Yo, no
so,
name calling, Yarah.
so,
Yarah, no name
No,
calling.
it's okay. He did
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, it's okay. So
Because this is
here's the problem. Here's the problem that he has with his understanding.
wait. This is the face
Hey,
of the
I'm
lecture
talking.
that
I'm
sa.neter
talking,
gave you.
son. I'm
He's
talking,
an
son.
evil man.
Of course.
You're evil.
Okay, so I'm evil.
You are evil.
And I'm going to judge you in evil.
But hold on before y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
You can't.
I know to show the sources while Black Sage is talking. Show, because Reggie.
That's all I was getting ready to say.
Reggie came up here and accused us of not showing nothing original, and I'm showing him what theologian professors, when they went over there and studied. Stop it, Reggie. You talked and we did not interrupt you. You talked.
No,
Stop it, bro.
You handed off the football.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. You talked. We gave you respect. Let us show what the professor that went over to Northeast Africa and studied the language of the ancient people. We're going to show you what he says the original word is for God, bro. So, sa.neter, can you please show the source? Because we either supposed to source up or shut up over here. Reggie come up here running his mouth, and he think that Noah is actually an individual. Noah is an English word, Reggie. Do you know what the word Noah means to them people over there in Northeast Africa? No, because you don't study like you supposed to.
All right, Moses. There you go with your pseudo gymnastics.
No, y'all pseudo showing y'all.
This is what I mean by your pseudo gymnastics, brother.
No,
just because that's what it said over there, and the Bible is talking about people. All right, Noah is a human being in the Bible. That's what it's talking about. Now, here you go with your pseudo gymnastics trying to make it look like, oh, no, it's not a human being. It's talking about this, and it's talking about, man, stop playing.
Do you want to know the original? Your band came up here talking about the original language. I'm trying to show it to you, and you calling me pseudo. You don't want to deal with the original language. Reggie don't really want to deal with the original language. Y'all the pseudos. Will you show what the professor has shown us? I'm trying to show these people. I'm trying to show y'all two old dudes how to understand the Bible. No, brother, you spoke. You spoke. Nobody interrupted you. Let me show you what the word means, and then you can say whatever you need to say. You see this reference up here, this 430? That is a reference number according to the people over there in Northeast Africa. Yo, when America deals with Russia, Asia, India, any foreign people, they understand those people's foreign language before they engage in conversation. You cannot engage in biblical conversation if you don't know the language of the people of that land. So go to the next screen, sa.neter. That reference number 430, it's not pronounced God over there. In that territory called Canaan, it was pronounced Elohim. And it doesn't talk about the invisible man. It's talking about magistrates. You see that in italic, magistrates. Further on, it goes down and it says judges. It ain't talking about no deities. And I just showed you a scripture that says that you are God. You are children of the Most High. You don't even know that the Most High is the universe, bro. Y'all steady teaching this white supremacist nonsense. And it is nonsense. The way they teach you the Bible is nonsense. But when somebody like me come up here and try to show you what the professors have been studying according to these biblical people, now I'm the pseudo. We're supposed to be dealing with experts over here, are we not? Is James Strong not a professor? Is he not an expert? Why y'all want to keep going on Benny Hinn's stuff? Why y'all want to keep dealing with TD Jake stuff? Why you want to keep dealing with Creflo Dollar and all of them? That's the stuff y'all keep pushing on this platform. Y'all not really trying to teach this Bible correctly, and y'all supposed to be Africans.
Okay, can I speak now? Okay, so what you showed was Strong's concordance. And you know what a concordance is?
Yes, it is a book. It is a textbook. I'll show you what it is.
No, it's not a textbook.
It's a damn textbook that a professor in a university.
No. Everybody
supposed to study. It's a textbook, Reggie. It's a textbook that universities wrote. Now you're gonna try to shit on university
No
professors.
profanity, no profanity, brother.
Sorry, yo, he trying to be disingenuous, man. It's a textbook, bro. It's a textbook. You're supposed to study textbooks, and you don't, Reggie.
Okay, watch this. Okay, so okay, let's just get back to it. So what is the definition of a concordance? Just answer that.
It's a lexicon, I know that much. A lexicon.
Okay,
It's a lexicon, and it contains the Greek and Hebrew dictionary in it.
Okay, so this concordance that Strong's wrote is based on the a concordance is basically an alphabetical index of a particular text. So in this case, we're dealing with the Bible. So this concordance, right, is an index of King James Bible, right? So that means it's an index of something that's not primary. It's King James is not primary. King James is a tertiary man-created Bible of other Bibles that were in Europe. It is not the primary document. So the Strong's Concordance that you are using is a circular instrument that only looks at what's in the King James Version Bible as if that is the actual, how can I say, Gospels. Well, we could just talk about the New Testament, the Gospels and Paul's statements. So it would be better to go and to look at index of Paul's and the Gospel statements in the language and then translate it to English. But you're doing it secondary. You're looking at the English translation. Now, can you please tell me, Smarty, can you please tell me how that King James Version that you have came to be? Before we get to Strong's Concordance, can you tell me how that Bible came to be?
Okay, so from my field of study, the King James Bible is basically really a copy of the Ethiopian Coptic Bible. Now, the Ethiopian Coptic Bible, even though false prophets and teachers called the Greeks, have a lot of input on the Ethiopian Coptic Bible, there's still Kemetic understanding that was in the Ethiopian Coptic Bible that is not added into the King James Bible. Ultimately, Reggie, King James Bible is talking about an English word, God, and every one of y'all believe that God is the invisible man, including AI. Y'all all believe that God is the invisible man that created the universe, stars, and so on and so forth. But according to the professor James Strong's, according to James Strong, when he studies the language over there, he understands that God over there is referring to the leaders, the kings, the ones that were responsible for creating laws or maintaining civilization over there, because that's what the definition says. It's referring to judges and magistrates, and you up here trying to make people believe that there was no judges and magistrates over there in that Northeast African territory. You still trying to focus on this invisible man called God, and that ain't even a word over there in that territory.
Okay, so let's fix some of the things that you said. So you're using James Strong to say that the King James Version is a copy of the Ethiopian Bible. That's what you're trying to say.
The Ethiopian Coptic Bible is actually even based on Kemetic understanding, but they removed.
No. So let's stop.
We ain't gonna know. We're not going to erase.
No, we're gonna stop it. Okay, so now I have to tell you.
Connection, bro.
I have to tell you. Everybody search whatever search that you can. Perplexity, Google, ChatGPT, AI, and say, does the King James Version come from the Ethiopia Coptic Bible? The answer is no before you even start, right? Because the Ethiopian Bible, Coptic Bible, has texts that are not in the King James Version, and that the Ethiopians were converted. They were converted by the Byzantine priest.
I said
so
that,
came
bro.
From Europe.
I
So
said
no, you didn't say any of that.
I did.
You
I said
said
those
the
books
King
are missing. I said those books are missing out of the King James, and I also said that the Greeks are
Okay.
the
So
false
the
prophets
Ethiopian.
that came in and brought that into Ethiopia. But you still see Kemetic knowledge in that book, is what
No,
I
I don't care about no Kemetic
No,
knowledge.
you need to be concerned about
I
Kemetic
study
knowledge
the
because that's where
subject,
the
and
Bible freaking plays that.
at this point, for this conversation, you don't know anything about Kemet. You know nothing about Kemet.
I know that
You're
this book is
saying that.
about. I know this book is about Kemet. You don't want to acknowledge that.
It's
So
not
I'm gonna
about
tell
Kemet.
you why you don't want to acknowledge that, Reggie.
No, because
this
it's
book,
not about
because this
Kemet.
book say that we ain't supposed to be in America,
No.
and I guess you might be one of them.
No.
No, you don't
Hold on
want to
one
leave
second.
America and go build what you're supposed to build. You
No,
want to
hold
stay
on
right
one
here
second.
and be a boy. That's what you
No.
want to do. That's what the Bible is
No, no.
showing you. When
No,
you
what
understand it
you're
from a
saying
Kemetic standpoint, you understand that we as Africans,
No,
ain't
I'm
supposed to
staying
be
on the
in this
subject.
white supremacist construct, and you don't want to acknowledge that. That's the reason why y'all want to keep focusing on
You are
God being
trying
the
to
invisible man.
justify. You are trying to justify the King James book.
I ain't justifying. I'm going to the dictionary, bro. How you gonna sit up
What
there and
dictionary
pigeonhole
you
me?
going to? What dictionary you going? You going to a concordance?
Moses, you got to calm down. All right, hey Reggie, let me bring in Black Sage. Black Sage, please, no calling out names and all that. Let's keep it on the information, brother, please.
Yeah. So I mean, this argument that Reggie is actually even attempting to engage in, the simple questions that he even asks, and Moses simply tells me already he has no idea what he's talking about, and he's regurgitating some information that he's been fed that's horribly incorrect, which I simply believe he probably got it from Morpheus, because this is what Morpheus does all the time, is gives us incorrect information based on what he thinks the language is telling him, but he has absolutely no clue. So in order for Reggie to even make this argument that he's trying to make plausible, is if he actually knew what he was talking about, he should have been talking about and asking us about the Texas Receptus and how it correlates, or even if it does correlates to the Ethiopian gaze or the Orthodox Ethiopian scripture. So even though they are two different traditions to a degree, they still agree 80 to 95% in context when it comes to what these scriptures say, right? Or what the King James version actually said. Shut your mouth, I'm talking.
No, I just
When it
asked
comes
you
to
a
what,
question.
don't ask me nothing. When it comes to what the King James version says. So we know that the King James version was based off the Texas Receptus, which was basically done by compile. It's a bibliography that was compiled by Erasmus in 1516. So it's those types of understanding that I know Reggie has no clue about,
No, of course
which
I
is
do.
why he should,
Let him speak, Reggie.
which
So
is
when you
why, which
speak,
is
give more
why, which is
information.
why Moses was correct in saying that the question that you asked him was flawed and disingenuous from the beginning. Because
family.
if you were being honest about it, you would have been inquiring about the Texas Receptors and not the King James version. And which King James versions are you referring to? Because there are three that we know of that exist initially that came out of that tradition: the 1609, the 1611, and the 1614. Which one are you referring to? Are you referring to the 1609?
I'm
Because
referring.
of course, which one?
I'm referring to the 1611.
Okay, why are you referring to the 1611 and not the 1609? Because the 1609 is older than the 1611. So
Right,
this is
because
what
the
I'm saying, Reggie. Hold
1611 is
on,
the
Reggie.
one
Reggie,
that King James.
listen, Reggie. They're all the King James, and it was
No,
1609 is the original. It's only a compilation of books. King James never wrote anything.
no, we know that, but that's not
Okay,
the point.
all right. So let's start there. So if we know King James never wrote anything, you just agreed with that, then we have to look what compilations he put together and where did these compilations come from. So we started from what we know, we started the Texas Receptors, and from there we go to Erasmus, and then from there we go to the earlier works that he compiled. These are only bibliographies. King James is not the author of the KJV. It's only what it says. His translation, he never even wrote a translation. What he did was compile scholars. This is why you said in the beginning, It's an Oxford book. It's a Cambridge book, because these people were the heads of these institutions that were compiling these older texts. These people were actually epigraphists. These people were actually scholars in the text. So when you asking these questions, Reggie, you are flawed, you are off, and you're disingenuous. And I want you to bring your daddy up here, bring Morpheus up here, so we can get to the one. You're just a puppet.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Okay.
the puppet.
So
Bring
everybody,
Morpheus up here, because that's where you're getting your false information from.
okay.
Bring him
Okay,
up
so
here.
everybody,
I don't even need to talk to you anymore.
no, it's fine. So I can give you a quick search. The 1609 is not the official authorized version. Ask any Google anything, find out is if the 1609 KJV is the official, is the authorized version of the king. You will find, right? You will find that it is the 1611. So Yarah is evil, Yarah is lying, Yarah is misinforming. Now we are dealing with what our people believe and use, which is versions after the 1611. So let me see what the chat says. So let's see. Did anybody say, is there a 1609 authorized version or a 1611? When we find out that it's 1611, then Yarah, you are a liar.
Okay,
right?
can I respond,
And
Sa.neter?
that's why I need not really to talk to you. I'm talking to the audience.
Can I
And I'm
respond,
using
Sa.neter?
it with
Because
a punching
he's
bag
talking to the
show
audience. Can I
that you're a
respond to that?
liar.
Let him
Can I
finish.
respond
Let him
to that?
finish, and you can respond.
Okay, he's talking to the audience. He's got to be
All right,
finished.
go ahead, respond.
So here's where he's ignorant. The 1609, listen to what he said, people. The 1611 is the authorized version. The 1609 and the 1611 reads the exact same way. The reason why he's talking about the authorized version, that's when he said, you know what? This is the version in the 1611 that we're going to use to deliver en masse to the people. So they authorize, hold on. So they listen. So the scholars that compile the bibliography, not the writers, they're not the writers. They're the compilers of the bibliography, Reggie. So what they did, Reggie, you're not going to show me one Oxford, one Cambridge scholar during the 1600s that says they wrote any one of those texts and prove that they wrote any one of those texts. You're the liar. They only compiled. I'm not finished talking. They only compiled. I'm not finished talking, Reggie. They only compile older texts and transcripts that they were commissioned to go and find. And so after that compilation was done, that's what they distributed to the masses. The original text, the 1609, Reggie, is the actual compilation. The 1611 was the only authorized version that went out that was not different from the 1609 that was actually distributed to the masses. So, Reggie, you don't know what you're talking about. I told you, go get your grandpappy, Morpheus, and bring him back here.
Can you share
That's what you do.
Okay, so I asked a question on 1609. It says, dating and official status. The translation commissioned by King James I was completed and first published in 1611, and the 1611 printing is what is meant by the original or official authorized version. References to a 1609 KJV are usually mistakes, confusion with earlier English Bibles like the Geneva or the Durham Reims, or with pre-publication work, but the KJV itself is dated 1611. I'll stop sharing. You're a liar.
Again, where does the 1609 come from, Reggie?
Wait, first of all, it said that references
Can't answer the question. I asked you, where does the 1609 come from, Reggie?
I don't have to go further. 1611 printing is meant by
that's the mass. That's when it was distributed to the masses. That's why it was printed for the masses.
They were not happy with it was not complete until 1611.
It was
Archbishop of Canterbury, who
what wasn't completed?
of the work. He was the overseer, the Archbishop of Canterbury. He was in charge of the project by the multiple scholars, and then it was presented, right, to the king, and then the king stamped it at 1611 as the
He's
authorized
to
version.
print it to the right. He print, but it
wasn't in
existed before.
circulation.
Hold on. He
He's
printed.
a
It
liar.
existed. Hold on. It existed. You just read it on the screen. See, I know how to read.
Show
Put
it
it back
again,
up on the
again,
screen.
break
What
it
you
down.
showed. Put it back up on the screen, and I'm gonna show him what he doesn't know what he's talking about. Just put it back up on the screen. Because if a 1609 didn't exist, there would never even be a mention of it. The 1609 was the original compilation of all the works. The only reason why it's considered official in 1611, that's because it was printed for the masses.
It was never it was never printed for the masses. It was printed for the clergy, for the, clergy to teach.
All right, Yarah, let him get through it. Let him see
All
it. Let him break it down.
So the it says the translation commissioned by King James I was completed and first published in 1611, right? And that 1611 printing is what is meant by the original or official authorized version. Reference to a 1609 KJV are usually either mistakes, confusion with other English Bibles. So now we go into the King James Bible online, right? 1611. So let's see if we can, if I can get that. Okay, so let's go into here, see what it says. Okay, so
Yarah, according to this document right here, you're wrong, brother. Reggie's right.
now, so I'm gonna share. I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay.
He's not right, and I'm gonna show y'all. That's why y'all stop pulling from Chat GPT. I'm gonna show you where he's wrong.
No, I'm not. This is no. So then we go into the 1611. Now, this is what 2 Timothy 2:15 KJV. Read this shit.
No profanity. No profanity.
Well, is
Reggie, you got to acknowledge what I just said. No profanity.
Okay.
All right.
Read this. Read this. Anybody here read this? Sa, you want to read this for them? Read.
No, let them read it.
2 Timothy 2:15 KJV. Read it.
Yeah, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth, which you don't do, Reggie.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Say it again.
Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. And you don't do that because you don't deal with the biblical people.
That's enough, Moses. That's enough, Moses.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So, okay. So you notice that this is in Old English, right?
What?
So what?
Oh, because that's why what they did is in the later KJVs, right? They went back and they sometimes not only smoothed out the language, they actually changed the language.
Reggie, go back and go to a New King James Version and go to a New King James Version and pull up that same verse and let's read it.
What I want Reggie to do is tell people what Noah means. I want him
cut
to tell
himself.
what Noah means,
Talking about.
and then I want to see what it means to people over there in that Northeast Africa territory.
Yarah do not agree with you with your definition of what Noah means.
Hey, hold on.
So you saying that Black Sage is going against the professors and the
I'm saying that Black Sage will go against the professors and he will side with God. His Yahweh God.
Now,
I want Reggie to tell everybody what Noah means.
In the 1611.
Hey, so I'm about to come in so that I can share my screen.
In the KJV that you have, or the Apocrypha, right? Are these things in your KJV?
Just go back and show us in the new KJV that verse you just pulled up in the Old English and tell us if it reads the same.
Okay. Well, before I'm going to do that.
Yeah, you ain't going to do nothing.
But is the book that you have, does it have these books in it? Bell and the Dragon?
What does that
have?
Go back. and
Wait, I just
read.
asked. It's a quick yes or no.
That's the Apocrypha.
Right. Do you have the Apocrypha in your King James Version today?
Yes, I do. Yes. There are many King James versions with the Apocrypha. What are you talking about?
Which King James Version do you have that anybody talked about Bell and the Dragon?
That's a 1611.
Right.
Be careful, Yarah. Be
In
careful.
your Bible.
Hold on, ain't nothing to be careful. That's a stupid question.
No, I'm what I'm trying to say is that these books have been massaged by man.
No, there's nothing massaged about it. You know why they're called
And
the
that's
Apocrypha
how.
and they don't show up in other KJV versions? Do you know why the Apocrypha is not there, bro? Do you know why? Or you just running your mouth?
Yes, because of the conventions. Yes.
No. What did the convention say about the Apocrypha books?
They had disagreements. They were political disagreements.
No.
Uh-oh.
There your daddy is. That's the papa. That's the pappy. That's the pappy right there. That's who I want. You can put Reggie in the back because that's the pappy he bringing his crap from. That's the pappy right there.
You don't have to put me in the back. I can stay. It's 2 against 2.
That's the pappy. Hey, listen, it don't matter. That's the pappy.
It's 2 against 2.
Reggie, it's still two. It's still two. It's still me. It's still me.
That's the pappy. You crazy.
It's still me and Moses.
Okay.
It's still me. It's still me and Moses.
This is my master teacher when it
I
comes
just
to
said that. That's the pappy.
He's my master teacher when it comes to
I just said that. What are you talking about?
no.
We don't need to talk.
funny.
We don't want to talk to the student. We want to talk to the master teacher.
The student was busting it.
We don't know you not, because I'm gonna share my screen and show you where you was wrong on the 1609 grasshopper.
Yeah, show it.
Yeah, I'm gonna come in so on my computer because I'm on my phone. I'm coming on my computer. Hold on.
Okay, all right. So now that our brother Morpheus is in, and Ancestors Protection be around you, brother Morpheus. Hey, there was a time, man, I felt like, yo, that brother's my twin. But then when I started hearing you talking, I'm like, okay, he going in like how he's supposed to. But then I'm like, okay, well, maybe he got like a different purpose. So I got to start all over again. So Morpheus, I'm gonna get sa.neter to share the screen, and I'm gonna ask you some questions to see if we got some common ground. So once again, sa.neter, can you please share the slide? I know y'all be seeing these slides all the time, but I'm just like Jabari, not that one.
I'm taking it down. I'm trying to take it down. But,
unfortunately, I'm like Jabari, man. I'm having to like keep showing the same slides because people ain't listening, right? Okay, so brother Morpheus,
somebody that's not here.
Brother, I didn't say nothing bad about him, but but he has to keep showing and repeating himself all the time because folks don't be listening to him.
No, he be massaging the truth himself. So
all right, okay. Well, at any rate, I don't want to go no further on that conversation because he's not here. Okay, so brother Morpheus.
Hold on. Before you go, can I ask you a quick question just so I'm following along?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. What's the argument here?
Okay,
so the argument is sa.neter comes on and he gives the AI overview of the biblical God, right? And my issue with sa.neter is that AI and a lot of these religious people that study the Bible, they only read it from the English language. They don't understand that this book is about people that existed in this territory that you're looking at on screen. So that means that we got to be like the United States. When the United States deal with Russia, Asia, India, South America, they learn these people's languages so that there's no miscommunication. And that's how we have to deal with the Bible. You cannot just read the English in the Bible without translating these English words back to the language of the people in this biblical territory. Okay, so you follow me?
Okay, so what I said, Morpheus,
I'm talking to Morpheus, bro.
No, you're giving one side of it. So my retort was they don't know what they're reading. The King James Version is a concordance,
Right.
And it's circular because it's only looking at the words of the King James book. It's not looking at the Greek, right? It may correspond from English to Greek, but it's not looking at the primary first, right? So that's my first point on the construction of it. Second, again, it's the King James Version, right? 1611. Yarah asked me, am I looking at the 1609 or 1611? 1611 is the official book, right? Not the 1609. That was a construction. because the Archbishops of Canterbury, along with Cambridge and Oxford, was trying to construct it from the from the previous texts, the previous Bibles that they had, not from the original, not from even the Greek or so, but from the previous works prior. They seem to disagree with me on that, right? And then the other thing is this Northeast African stuff is just Moses stuff. There's no source whatsoever.
The source is right there in your face, bro. The source right there in your face.
There's no direct source that saying that what happened in the Bible is in Northeast Africa.
It's right there in your face. You ain't reading. It starts off in Genesis chapter 2:13. It's identifying the territory in the Bible, Reggie. And then the other thing that he's being disingenuous about, Brother Morpheus, is that he knows that nobody in this territory that's on the screen was speaking English. So you cannot say, oh, and this is the other thing too. Obviously, James Strong did not agree with what he was reading in the King James Bible. That's the reason why he went over there in Northeast Africa and studied the language or the ancient language for himself. Because these definitions ain't lining up with what y'all think it is. Y'all think that God is the invisible man because that's what white supremacists. No. Stop it, Reggie. You believe that God is the invisible man because that's what white supremacists taught you. You think that Noah is a man that was on the ark because that's what the white supremacists taught.
Yarah don't agree with you. To Yarah, God is the invisible man. You can ask him. No man have never seen God.
So, no, God. No, I do. I agree with him. God is not a man.
So God. No. He said God is not an invisible man.
God is not an invisible man.
Right. No, he's saying that God is a physical person.
Right. So you agree with that? You agree with that?
If you go,
not a man,
listen,
people.
He said people. If you go into the book of Exodus, you'll clearly see where Moses is called an Elohim, and that definition for Elohim is God.
Yeah, right. So are you saying that God is a physical man, brother?
The scripture says we all are gods. You're a god. I'm a god.
No, I ain't talking about us. I'm talking about Yahweh, the one that you serve. Is it a physical man, brother?
No, it's not a man. He says, I'm not a man that God is not a man that he should lie.
This is what
the scripture says God is a spirit.
Right. So that's why I told Moses that you don't agree with him.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree with what Black Sage just said, bro.
There you go.
So Black Sage, 1 second, y'all. Black Sage is doing the same thing that Ankh does. Black Sage is confusing Africans with the nations that was around Africa.
There you go. Let's get y'all two to argue with each other. There you go. Go ahead. Get him, Moses.
When it said
I can agree and disagree with him. Get the hell up out of here.
Hold on a second, y'all. When it says that God says that I am a man that does not lie, those are Africans saying that we are not like the Asians. We're not.
Moses, you need to go ahead and get that craziness off you, brother.
Y'all act like there is not a difference between Africans and straight-haired people. Why does our hair grow up toward the universe and their hair grows downward toward the earth?
All right, hold on. Let me bring in the man who ain't speak yet.
All right.
The man right here, the master teacher when it comes to this Bible. My brother, Morpheus. What's up, man?
Did I just hear this brother say God is not a man?
Yes, you heard him say that.
Did everybody hear him just say that?
Yeah,
I heard that.
Can you please share my screen, please?
Uh-oh.
What does that say?
The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a man?
Woo! God damn, Yarah. You called him. You called for him. Now you got him, Yarah.
That's exactly why I called him up here.
Right, watch this. Does it say here the Lord is a man?
That's exactly why I called him up here.
Does it say, everybody's watching right now, Exodus 15, does it call him a man, yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
So we all agree that our lying eyes ain't lying, correct?
Correct.
So you can either listen to this knucklehead or you can
No
believe
name
it.
calling. No name calling. No name calling. I don't want to
He-
start that with y'all.
No, let him go, sa.neter, because
No,
I got a
I'm not
few. I
gonna
got
let
a
him
few
go.
bags. I got a
No,
few
I'm not
bags.
gonna
For
let
him.
him go because I don't want that type of energy. I want y'all to drop the information.
Listen, I'm saying he's calling me people's daddy and all this other stuff. Right? I ain't nobody's daddy.
Right. That's true too. That's true.
I never claimed
Reggie
to be
said you
nobody's
was his daddy.
Oh
I
my
said master
God!
teacher.
Stop.
Come on, Yarah. No, he didn't, man. Stop.
Oh, okay, master teacher.
Once again,
Sound like daddy to me.
Again, we just heard this man out his mouth says that God is not a man. Now we looking in Exodus and we seeing that the Lord is a man. Which one is right?
Okay, hold on a second, Morpheus. Hold on a second.
No. Stop. No, stop. Let him finish, brother. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Which one are we going to go with? What he say, or are we going to go with what Exodus says? According to the text, he is a man. Not only is he a man, but he's a man of war. That's what the text says. That's not what I said. That's what the text says. Now, y'all heard him out of his mouth say the opposite. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
All right, thank you. So we can put that.
Right. Okay, so let me respond.
Hold up. And there's another text proving that he's a man too. Remember the scripture that says, God is not a man that he shall lie. So he's telling you, I'm not a man that I'm going to lie. I'm a man of truth. I'm a man of honor. That's what that text is saying. I am not a man that he shall lie. So he's telling you that I'm a man that speaks the truth. Go ahead, Yarah.
All right, so can I go? I take it. Besides Moses, I'm not putting any on this on Moses, but I take it that.
Yarah, he wasn't finished. I'm gonna let you go, Yarah, and I want y'all to let Yarah go without no interruptions.
No, you should let me respond before he blows past the stop signs with this retarded crap he's saying.
You've been talking.
No, I have not. Shut your mouth. No, I haven't. Reggie,
all right, hold up, Morpheus. Let him
respond.
Let him
before he go on to something else, because they like to do this.
All right,
let me stop you at the stop signs. What he's reading in the text with his very intelligent self is called an anthropomorphic metaphor. I challenge the panel to look it up. I suggest Dr. Reggie tell us that does not exist. And when Brother Moses is on here talking about context, it's only an anthropomorphic metaphor. The Bible in the book of Isaiah also says that God travails like a woman. Is God a woman too? What are you talking about? It's called an anthropomorphic metaphor. This is the problem. This is the problem when you got black and mild scholarship coming up here on this panel every day, sa.neter. That's the problem you got. Now, these guys will sit here and say, does his lying eyes deceive him? Does he come up here and say, does his lying eyes deceive him? Hold on. He will come up here and say, he will come on here and say, does his lying eyes deceive him? This is why I said Moses laid down the foundation. When you're reading European verbiage in translations and words, this is something that they would have never described the way that he's saying, oh, does my lying eyes deceive me in the original Hebrew text, or how we know the language was translated, right? Or even, as a matter of fact, even if you want to say it's all Greek, if you even want to go with that premise, we can go to several scriptures. John 4:24, God is not a man. God is not a spirit. As a matter of fact, before we even get to your text, we can go to Numbers 23 and 19. Let me pull that. Let me try to.
The mistake you're making, Yarah, is showing you that the Bible is trash.
Man, it's not. It's showing that you don't know how to read it, and you're functionally.
What you're doing is showing that the Bible is nothing but a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. It's just showing that you're functionally illiterate when it comes to the context. That's a fact.
Okay.
You, Morpheus, and I know Reggie knows. He's just a liar. So that's another whole different island. He ain't even on the island of you guys. He's a liar. But because I know he understands, because he reads the same concepts in the sa.neter. They use the same thing, anthropomorphic metaphors. So stop playing with me, bro. So at the end of the day, while this guy up here waving his hand as if he's going to say something much more intelligent than what he just tried to do, the text only is talking about anthropomorphism. We all know that. Who actually has a 7th grade education? We know this. We know this. So, nice try, but no black and mild today, brother.
No black sage.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Hello?
Yeah, just go, Morpheus.
Okay, watch this. Share my screen. Let me show you the bull ass that he just pulled on y'all with this anthropomorphic junk. Share my screen, Sa, please.
Sa. Everybody wait to Sa. He's on the phone. Yeah, good. Wait, Sa. See, you can't be doing this. Sa, good. Share the screen.
Share my screen, please. Share my screen. Now, remember he just said God, when he speak, was anthropomorphic, correct? Is that what he said, Reg?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, metaphor.
Let's see Genesis 18, how anthropomorphic gods eat food. Watch this. 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the large trees of Mamre. Abraham was sitting at the entrance to his tent. It was the hottest time of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. So he quickly left the entrance to tent to greet them. He's not greeting anthropomorphic things, brother. He said, my Lord, if you are pleased with me, don't pass me by. Let me get you some water. So anthropomorphic things drink water. Then all of you can wash your feet and rest under the tree. Anthropomorphic beings will have feet to wash. Let me get you something to eat to give you strength. Anthropomorphic gods eat food? Then you can go your way, and I want to do this for you now that you have come to me. All right, they answered, do as you say. So Abraham hurried to the tent. Sarah, quick, go get some food. About 36 pounds of flesh. He's telling his wife to look, go to prepare the food, right? He ran over to the herd. He picked up a choice, tender calf, gave it to the serpent. He hurried to prepare it. Then he brought some buttermilk and some calf, and they prepared it. He served the 3 men. And while they ate. They ate. That means they have a digestive system. If they ate food, they're getting their feet washed, they're drinking water, and they're standing under the shade because it's so hot. You're telling me anthropomorphic beings got feet to wash, drink water, and eat food, and need to hide up under the shade because it's too hot? Who you think you're talking to? Tell that somebody that don't know no better.
Damn, hey, Black Sage, man.
Can I respond, son, since you said my name?
But you know what?
No, can I respond? I don't need your commentary because you ain't finna do no better.
Go ahead, brother.
It's simple. This is what I mean about someone. Hold on.
No, he ain't
sa.neter. Can I get in, bro?
Yeah, but he's not finished yet. Let him finish.
How you gonna say something then?
Watch this. I'm not finished.
You can go, Yarah, but let him finish.
Let me finish. It's okay, brother.
I thought you was finished. Hold on before he goes on to another scripture. You let him do this all the time, sa.neter.
I know it hurts. Relax.
It don't hurt. I just want to cut you and move on.
No, shut up.
Hey, you tell that to your son up there at the top of the panel, not me.
Notice he said, watch this. Notice how he getting butt hurt. A little minute ago, he told Reggie to shut up. Now I tell him to shut up, and now you got a problem.
I was talking to your student.
Watch this, but you still a sucker.
I was talking to your son.
Sucker, nigga. That's what
I was talking to your son.
All right, see, that's why I wanted to get this level, man. Come on, y'all. Let's teach.
So watch. So let me finish. Let me finish cooking him. So remember we just read Genesis 18:8, correct?
Yeah.
It's talk about, let's see who appeared to him. What does this say? Yahweh. What does the Hebrew say? Yahweh. So this is the being that appeared to Abraham to eat food. This is who it is. That's who's eating food. That's who's having his feet washed. That's who's drinking water. That's who's hiding up under the shade because it's too hot.
Yarah, leave this alone, bro. If I was you, Yarah, I would just hit delete and get up out of here and start running as fast as I can, brother.
So watch this. Is this anthropomorphic? Is this anthropomorphic? That's eating food. That's drinking water. Watch this. Is this anthropomorphic?
You called them, Yarah. You called them, and see. Let's let Yarah respond, brother, before it get too far. I want him to respond.
Good.
I want to be fair to the brother.
Hey, I can't hear you, sir. Say something in your mic, sir. I don't know what you're doing. I can't hear you.
One. You hear me?
I can't hear you, sir.
All right, go out and come in.
Hey, not gay.
I can't hear you.
All right, man.
He can't hear.
Brother Live, what's up, brother? What's happening?
Peace and blessings to all you brothers, man, on the panel as well as your families. Reggie Hotep.
Hey, Yarah, you hear me? Hold up, brother. You hear me now? Yarah, you hear me? Okay, he still don't hear me. Go ahead, brother Live.
Brother Law, peace God, peace God.
I ain't no God. I'm not.
Oh, here you go. Go ahead, bro. Go on now.
Morpheus, this was a conversation that we was having a minute ago, and we dissected and we went through all of it. We sat back for hours dissecting this.
Yep.
Morpheus a bad dude, boy. God damn.
I'm glad this happened.
That one little thing is for the ages. So now we need Yahweh need his feet washed.
let Brother La go. Go ahead, finish, Brother La.
With that being the case, the catapulting of it all would be the next step. Morpheus, I hope that you're going to take in regards to the next question that he's going to rebuttal with.
Yeah, well.
And you know what he's going to come with thereafter, right?
He can come wherever he want to come here. I don't know, but get it.
He's sleeping right now. He's asleep. He got punched. He's asleep.
He talked about he gonna cut me, and I just bashed his head in.
Man. Hey, Yarah, do you hear me? Yarah, calling Yarah.
Morpheus, I'll send you back until you need to assist.
All right, he can't, for some reason, he's still.
It's Yahweh. His God don't want him to talk. His God is stopping him from talking.
Hey, Morpheus, I told you, man. No, do you hear me? Do you hear me, Yarah?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
All right, go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
All right, let me share this screen for the morons, and I'm glad this old fake Muslim.
See, you let him do this.
No, come on, Reggie. Stop.
Hey, he just came up here with a whole bunch of crap in his mouth, and I'm gonna put my foot in each one of these fake Muslims up here. Well, Morpheus ain't no Muslim no more. I don't know what he is.
Oh but, man, you going there, Brother La?
But Brother La, you should learn how to stay in your place.
Oh, God damn.
Because we don't even hear from you until after Jesus is dead and buried and gone, and the Catholic Church has already written their book, which are busted ass Quran. So let me
God, man.
So let's talk about it, right? Let's deal with that. Let me show you what he don't understand. What I explained to him in that text.
You're not sharing that yet, yeah, bro.
I'm finna show it. What I explained to him in the first text, when it says God is not a man of war, that's in context. It's talking about a anthropomorphic metaphor. It's giving God or a deity human features, like God have hands, God has eyes, God has hair. That's an anthropomorphic metaphor. He's a child with that. In this text, you're not using the same context. In this text, I'm going to teach y'all what a theophany is. That's why y'all shouldn't listen to this guy when he talk about he bust somebody's head. I'm going to teach him and his son above him how to understand this Bible. When I tell y'all, y'all don't know how to read it in context. Let me teach you what a theophany is. Right? I'm going to share my screen.
That's hermeneutics.
Shut your mouth.
All right, let him go. Let him go, y'all. Let him go, y'all.
Talking to
Let
your
Yarah go. Let him go.
Right? Let me share this and teach him what this actually is. I'm going to show my screen on something so he can understand it, right?
Your screen is sharing.
So he can get it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes,
right.
your screen sharing.
All right, bet. So I want to give y'all the definition of what a theophany is, right? This is why he don't understand this book. That's why you got to stay out of it, right? In Genesis 18:1, a significant theophany, a visible manifestation of God or Yahweh occurs as the Lord Yahweh appears to Abraham as one of three men, a classic instance where God interacts with humanity in human form to reveal his plan, teach about his divine presence, and foreshadow later biblical events like the incarnation. This encounter, often called the theophany at Mamre. Why we have to have the understanding of what a theophany is, right? Because a theophany is the different context where he's reading here is not this is not giving a anthropomorphic metaphor. This is actual a physical being talked about here, not the same in the original text that he showed when it says is God a man of war. He's not. It's two different contexts being used there. So when he talks about hermeneutics, as he tried to vilify on a couple of shows, and his grasshopper above him tries to argue the only way that you study this didactic literature, hermeneutics is the best way. So even when you talk about how you use the concordance, when you were arguing or trying to argue about, Reggie, the concordance actually helps you to develop the understanding using the idea of hermeneutics. That means one scripture in its context with another scripture and how those terms are being used and how they relate. You're not going to show us Genesis 18:1 in any concordance or any hermeneutical creating these contexts and that it develops into the verse in Psalms where it says God is not a man of war. You know why? Because it's not the same context. And I keep
think
telling
you know the word hermeneutics.
You gotta read it. You gotta read it in context.
You read.
Let him talk, Reg.
The word hermeneutics.
Yeah, you're watching. Let him talk. Let him talk, Reg, please. I want him to finish. I want him to finish killing himself. Keep going, brother.
You gotta read it in context. Now watch this, right? Now watch this. We see this all throughout because I want to go to the verse. I want to go to Genesis 18:1. And then I'm gonna go to the blue letter real quick so y'all can see it. Easy to do. You tried to crap on that before too.
Listening is an art, everybody. Listening is an art.
Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Okay. Y'all gonna crack up about this one.
And I'm gonna show you.
It was coming. I knew it was coming.
Right? Right? He says, and I'm gonna read the verse what he says, starting in verse 18, verse 1. It says, and Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, which we know already, I just showed you. Biblical scholars already agree that this is a theophany, right? And he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, and he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, three men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself now toward the ground and said, my Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched and wash your feet and rest yourselves under the tree. Now let's go into this because I think this is
there you go, Yarah. Fight back, baby. That's what I'm talking about, man. We Aries, bro. Fight back, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Watch this. I want to show something, right? Look at this. I want to show y'all something. This way he don't know what he's talking about, right? It says, my Lord, right? He said, and my Lord. This is what Abraham says. You don't see Yahweh right here, right? You don't see Yahweh right here. Let me keep going down. He says, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Why you don't see him when he says, my Lord? Why does not Abraham use Yahweh right here? Why? Because it's not the physical God. It's not Yahweh. Now let's go into that a little bit more, right? Actually, I want to go to H113.
Well, you know that my Lord is a capital L. And I've been taught by a lot of you Hebrews, when you use the capital, it's talking about the Most High. When you use the capital G, when you use the capital L, it's talking about Yahweh.
So let him go, please. Please let me come behind him.
I'm showing why they render it that way and not Yahweh. Because they know it's not the physical being of Yahweh. It is a theophany. It is a representation of him. That is what this is saying. So that representation is not God himself. It's an avatar. That's how you explain it. It's an avatar. That's basically what a theophany means. Anybody with any semblance of understanding of this book understands what that means. It's an avatar. It's not physical God from heaven off the throne came down and started talking to Moses.
It's killing me, Saul. Please, can I come in behind him? Please.
Right?
All right. Can I come in, please? Please. Saul,
No,
can
go
I
ahead.
please?
Go ahead.
I can come
Go
in
right
now?
ahead. Go right ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you the game. He just went, first of all, he just said, hey, y'all, let me educate y'all what a theophany is, correct? Did he say that?
That's what I said.
Okay. Hey, y'all, this is what anybody could look up. Share my screen, please. Is it showing?
Not yet.
So, share my screen. Is it showing?
No, Yarah's screen is still showing.
Hey, Sa, can you see me?
We have to
I'm
wait
gonna
just
stop
5
mine. Go
minutes to
ahead.
get
You
his
should be able to see
attention.
it.
Go ahead. I can see.
Everybody wait. Everybody.
There it go. There it go.
Okay, watch this, y'all. Watch this, everybody. What he pulled up, we're going to impeach his source. A theophany is a crucial element within certain what? What's that word there?
Hermeneutics.
I can't hear you guys.
Hermeneutics. Watch this. It's a hermeneutic, which is exactly what me and Reg have been saying for the longest. So the thing that he showed you is hermeneutics.
They don't know what the definition of hermeneutics is. That's the problem.
Watch this, y'all. Watch this. How theophany functions in hermeneutics. Let's look at that one, y'all. The theophany approach, this views theophanies, like my brother's using here, as revealing God's glory through interpretation, through Christ, as an ultimate incarnation, all these other stuff. We can keep going on. And here's what a hermeneutic is. It's a theory of a method of interpretation, typological, and it's theology. It's when they try to explain things away. It's a coping mechanism. So he thought that he would come up here and go, let me show y'all what a theophany is. Your whole shit just got
coping. They don't know. Wait, Morpheus. They
No.
don't know what hermeneutics is. So
I thought they would learn. I thought
Hermeneutics it's a theory, man. What are you?
No, hermeneutics is not a theory.
It is a theory.
No,
It's not a theory.
You want to bet money?
No. Let me finish. Now. I'm not done.
I'm gonna beat y'all up so good.
Watch it. I'm just warming up. All right. So
yeah, let's do it.
He just presented what he thought would explain, and now we find that the very thing that he's showing y'all in itself is a hermeneutic. Let me show you the second part that you're going to crack up about. What he just showed y'all in the his so-called strong concordance that he showed, right? It was strong, right? It was strong, correct? Please share my screen. Is my screen showing?
No.
What is the thing you guys are going to stop bringing up this strong concordance? Can you see my screen?
No, sa.neter, we got to wait to him because we got to distract him.
Somebody call him.
He won't pick up. He's on a call.
He'll see you call him.
Yo.
Okay, we can't do this with sa.neter. See, look at him.
Share my screen. Share my screen, please.
Hey, if you type it in the back chat, he'll hear the notification pop up.
Listen, we're going to stop y'all from with the strong concordance. Y'all way outdated.
I'm going to destroy you. You can't stop it,
When
bro.
he just pulled that and showed y'all, look, Yahweh name is not in there. And he showed you from that blue letter and it said Strong's. He's using Strong's. But guess what? Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, first published in 1890, is widely considered outdated.
Oh, stop it.
Bible scholars.
Stop that.
Stop
that. That's the same as AI. That's the same as the AI that sa.neter played earlier.
Let me finish, brother, please. In universities today, if you was to go to seminary school or Bible college, they don't use Strong's at all. They don't use Strong's. You would not even be allowed to use a Strong in school, in education. You wouldn't be allowed. So
and why is that? Why is that?
Look,
because it's outdated.
Why is it outdated? Why of course a white supremacist is going to tell black people that it's outdated.
The whole thing is white supremacy. The Bible is white supremacy.
No, the Bible itself is telling you it's taking place in Africa. Why is white supremacy going to Africa to study our history? Of course they go.
I'm going to answer your question.
Let him answer it.
Because you asked a good question. Listen, you asked a good question about, well, why is it not accepted? That's a good question, right? Right? So watch this. It says, while it remains a popular and useful tool for locating English words within the King James Version, its Greek and Hebrew dictionaries are based on 19th century scholarship. That's why it's not used.
So why is Darwin still used? Why is Darwin still used?
It's not
They're
used.
not trying to use it. They trying to hide stuff from you, black man. That's the. Let me see the definition for Lord.
If you stop, let me finish.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
I'm saying while it remains a popular and useful tool for locating English words within the King James Version, its Greek and Hebrew dictionaries are based on 19th century scholarship. Modern Bible studies have advanced significantly due to new archaeological discoveries, improved understanding of ancient languages, and advancements in linguistics, rendering many of Strong's original definitions simplistic or inaccurate. This is why it's not used.
Okay.
That's false. It never says it's not used. Stop lying.
You're
not going to show me one text that it says it's not used. It says in what you're reading that it's still used.
You're not. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or you got a comprehension
where it says it's no longer in use.
Listen. I don't know if you got a comprehension problem, bro, or you doing this on purpose.
No, you're lying because it's still in use.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's read slow for the people on the slow bus. Because there's obviously some people on the slow bus.
Yeah.
Let's try this again. Strong Executive Concordance, first published in 1890, is widely considered outdated by modern Bible scholars.
What are you reading? That's not what you have on the screen.
Stop.
That's not what you have on the screen.
Stop. What?
That's not what you have on the screen.
It's on the
screen.
What
are you reading?
What are you talking about?
You're saying it's not widely used. That's not what that says.
Yo, what's wrong with this guy?
It says Strong's Exhaustive Concordance 1890 is considered outdated by modern biblical scholars.
Where does it say it's not widely used like Morpheus keeps saying?
It's outdated. So
that
why
doesn't mean it's not used?
But you don't understand.
I understand.
Outdated.
We're not gonna play. All right, I see they're gonna play the word semantics, Morpheus.
This is crazy to me right now.
No, you're saying that they don't use
Watch this.
We
Hey,
know
listen.
why they're saying
Watch
it's
this, watch this.
outdated, but it
Hey, watch
is
this.
used.
Hold on, watch this. Well, watch it. Everybody in the chat,
Come on,
put
bro.
a 1 up. Please put a
Here we
1
go.
up if it says, if what we're reading right now is saying that the Strong Concordance is widely considered outdated by modern Bible scholars. Please
Where did
put a
you see
1
that
up.
in the text you're reading?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm asking you. Point it on the
So why
screen.
the people who are widely using it are those
I'm
that
asking
are robust?
Morpheus why I'm asking Morpheus, where does it say it's not widely used?
So because the people who are using
No,
it
I'm asking
is on
Morpheus
its
a simple
robust.
question. This is a very simple question. Why isn't it widely used?
Morpheus, what he's asking you is why can't he see it visually on the screen? That's what he's looking at.
So
I don't know.
Morpheus, ask another question.
I don't know.
Go
It's
up,
on the
go
screen.
up.
Hold on.
Oh, my bad. That's my fault, y'all. I gotta remove my stuff. Hold on a second, y'all. I was loading up
Go to ChatGPT and ask, is the Strong's Concordance
Hold
widely
on,
used
Morpheus. Hold up,
by
Morpheus.
biblical scholars?
All right, try it now, Morpheus. I'm sorry about that.
It's not showing? It's not showing?
I
It's
see
showing.
not what he said about it's not widely used or
No,
something.
Morpheus.
Yo.
Go to ChatGPT and ask, is Strong's Concordance
Thank you, because what you're saying,
widely
Morpheus,
used?
ain't what that says you have on the screen. That's my
Okay.
point.
So basically, what
That's the
Yarah is
discrepancy-
saying,
that's the
Yarah is
discrepancy that
basically
he's
saying
standing
that it's
on.
still foundational, as the Google says right there. It still
Right.
remains foundational. But to Morpheus's point, the scholars right now are using something else.
Right. That's what I'm trying to explain to him.
That's not a problem. That's not a
That's not a
problem.
problem.
But you can't.
That is a problem.
Just saying that it's
Eventually,
not
I'm gonna
widely
show you
used.
why that's a problem.
That's false.
But
One mic, y'all. One mic. One mic. Let Morpheus finish. And let Morpheus, matter of fact, everybody be quiet. Let Morpheus and Black Sage do what they do. Let them do their 2-step. Let them go in.
Yeah. Let me finish this, please, because this is
All right.
important. This is a very important part, right? Okay, listen, I'm gonna share my screen, and hopefully, Yarah, you will see it this time, right? Please tell me if you see it.
They got to show your screen.
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody sees it.
Yes, now I see it.
All right, thank you. So let's read this together, everybody, right? Everybody keep their emotions intact. Let's read this. Strong's exhaustive concordant is not, keyword, is not, let me say it again, is not widely used as a primary academic tool in universities or seminaries because it is considered outdated. Let me say it again. It is not widely used as a primary academic tool in universities or seminaries because it is considered outdated entry-level resource. You guys are using entry-level resources, baby stuff, kindergarten, entry-level resource that often leads to what? Faulty interpretations like you just saw. We just saw a faulty interpretation, but now we know why his interpretation is faulty. Because he's using Strong's.
Show the faulty interpretation. Show it.
No, let me finish, bro.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
We're going to finish reading. So if it's considered in academia, and you're supposed to be a person who always says you're in academic, you're a scholar, you're into scholarship.
Yes.
Well, guess what? It's telling you here that it is not used. And why it's not used? Because it's outdated. It's entry-level resource that
I got my MTV out. Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get! Yes! What's next? What's next? I gotta get it. I'm not gonna stay down. I'm not gonna stay lying.
So let's keep going. So it says faulty interpretations and world study fallacies. While it is a useful concordance for locating verse references, modern academic biblical studies rely on specialized updated lexical and linguistic tools like I use, like the Halo, to determine the meaning of original Hebrew and Greek text. It's outdated scholarship published in that you are way out of, bro, you're using, you come up here with arguments using entry-level resource? Are you kidding me right now? Are you really kidding me? This is a joke.
I hope I get to respond to this.
So can we respond to this? Can we respond?
All right, all right. I want more. I want Yarah to respond.
No, I'm gonna throw it to Moses real quick, if you don't mind.
No, you are.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yo, sa.neter, you know what I'm realizing? I need a clock, man, because I noticed that when I start stepping on y'all toes and pushing back on y'all and y'all getting hurt, y'all start cutting me off and shutting me down and everything, right? So I really want to be able to show Morpheus why it is that these white supremacist seminary schools done turn their backs on James Strong's, please. Okay? Cause so we're gonna have to start all over again. I'm gonna show the scripture first, because we need to know for a fact what territory is identified in this Bible, man. And then
It doesn't matter. Am I lying? It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
all right, share the screen on this one. I'm gonna ask.
Here you go with this pseudo nonsense, man.
No, it ain't. Listen, the Bible specifically tell you Ethiopia in verse 13 and Assyria in verse 14. So you're telling me that these territories don't exist, sa.neter? You calling me pseudo because these territories don't exist? Is that why you calling me pseudo? These territories do exist. We travel there. Jabari goes to that territory all the time. So why would AI or any white supremacist seminary school support James Strong's, who is showing you that the Bible is taking place in these African territories where white people did not even exist? They did not have enough melanin content to even exist in this territory. So of course they're gonna turn their back on that man the same way they turned their back on Abraham Lincoln for the Emancipation Proclamation. There is an effort to keep us trapped here in America, bro. That's the reason why. So now let's go to the next thing, because I played a AI today talking about God. So this is what the Professor James Strong's is saying God is. And the question I have for Morpheus is I want him to tell me what the updated version of God is. So Morpheus, show the next screen, sa.neter. This is the question I got for you, Morpheus. So this is the pronunciation for God in that Northeast African territory at that time. And it's not referring to no invisible deity. A magistrate is italicized for a reason. And when you read further down, you're seeing judges, great mighty judges. So are we to believe in that territory where Kemet is, or Naphtaliah, that there were no people that could be considered magistrates or judges or people that made laws for their civilization to live under? Are we to believe that if the James Strong's is outdated and nobody uses it and it's baby knowledge, then what is the updated version of God? Because I damn sure ain't gonna believe it's the invisible man. I'm not buying that. I might as well be James Strong's Jr. because I'm going with the fact that yes, in that Northeast African territory, there were people that held positions like magistrates and judges, bro.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. That's not my argument at all, right? I understand your argument, right? Yeah, but that's not my argument. That's not what I'm arguing. You know what I mean? All right, so let's look at Lord.
I don't understand that argument.
Well, hold on a second. Let's look at y'all. Hold on a second. Y'all was talking.
The language that you're using is not.
Hold on, Reggie. Let them finish, so we don't let them talk. Let them finish.
All right, so now I'm pulling up the James Strong's word for Lord. So let's go to the next screen, sa.neter, so people can see the reference number. So we're gonna go look at 3068. That's what I'm getting ready to pull up on this next one. Bow. All right, let's go to the next one there, so we can see the definition for Lord. If James Strong's is outdated, right? It starts off saying self-existent or eternal. So if our ancestors are the ones that created civilization in that Northeast African territory, why can they not claim to be self-existent? Nobody gave them the idea to create civilization. They came up with the knowledge of civilization on their own. So is the updated version of James or whatever these colleges is using now, since James Strong's is outdated, self-existent means what? The invisible man just popped up on his own and just started creating everything? Or is it really talking about these Northeast African people that created civilization and they're the first ones to do it? That's a question. So if it's outdated, why would we look away from this African territory and we know the civilization? Go ahead, Reggie. I'm sorry.
I won't take too long.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the words that you're looking
Remove this stuff now, Moses. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, the words that you're looking right now are Semitic. So there's, of course, there's the phylums. Now, so one is that it's Semitic, right? And so that takes it out of Africa. The problem is, Moses, when you try to apply this in Africa, El and Yahweh, right, from the Egyptian records, they were never in Egypt. El and Yahweh were never in Egypt. They didn't get there, right? Baalat did. Well, when the Egyptians dealt with the Canaanites, Baalat did. But what you're looking at is a later square script, right? A square script rendition of a language. But you have to know, or if you don't know, El and Yahweh were never in Egypt, so there could be no Moses with an exodus of El with the gods El and Yahweh.
Right, Reggie, I'm not talking about Yahweh or El.
Yo, calm down, brother. Calm down. Let him finish, brother.
He's not listening. That's why I get frustrated. He's talking about something I wasn't even talking about.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you and the audience, El and Yahweh, right, worship, peopling is not in Africa. So when he tries to make this book in Africa, right, the people, the gods that he's talking about are not worshiped in the territory of Africa. They're worshiped in the territory of Canaan. And this upsets your whole paradigm, because there's no source that will show El and Yahweh worshiped in Africa. So that book is not an African book. That book is actually, it's in the Levant, but where and how that book was actually written, right? You would have to look. It may have been later written in Africa, in Alexandria.
I can't do it no more. I can't do it.
Yo, relax.
He is
have some discipline, brother.
Later than
have some discipline, brother. Stop crying.
Yeah, that was much later than when the fantasies happened, right? That's just
hey, Dr. Reggie, you got to take the needle out of his arm. He's crying, brother. Take the needle out of his arm.
sa.neter, you know he's not talking about what I was just talking about. He's diverting.
He's saying
he's diverting on purpose.
Brother, stop.
He know he's not talking about what I was just talking about.
Moses, have some decorum, brother. Have some decorum.
I need to have decorum. I don't hear what I'm saying.
Asiatic 777, get your coward self on the chat.
Hey, yo, Reggie, I need you to take the needle out, man. Take it out of him.
No, he just wanted to stop pissing
I ain't said nothing about no Yahweh or no El.
All right.
Hey, what he's talking about.
Hey, Reggie, let me bring on the African, man. Let me bring on the African brother who have dropped his culture to pick up King James. Easy Bands, let's go, brother.
Salute. I see the hyenas came out to play today. You know what I'm saying? The Lions here. You feel me? The Lions here. But all right, sa.neter, salute for bringing me up. I want to catch up. Basically, one thing I want to say to Morpheus is, Reggie, is that I want to ask him a question and then follow up quickly. If you could just give me a yes or no answer, Brother Reggie. Was Yahweh known in ancient Kemet? Yes or no?
Reggie not here. Oh, Reggie here? He left for a minute. He probably went. There you go. Here you go. Ask him again, brother.
All right, Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, was Yahweh known in ancient Kemet? Did they have knowledge of a God named Yahweh?
Unmute yourself, Reggie.
It's just a yes or no.
Only with the Shashu of Yahweh.
Yeah, so in ancient Kemet, the ancient Kemetians, they knew about this God named Yahweh, right?
But he was not in Africa.
How do you know?
Because that's what the Egyptians say.
They're saying that
Transjordan. They're in Transjordan.
Show me where the Egyptians say that he was never in Africa.
Okay. So wait. So the Shashu of Yahweh, or first of all, before I even go and do that, right? Because I see the games that you play. The Shashu of Yahweh, right? Or they Egyptian citizens, or they Africans?
No, they're
from the Shashu of Yahweh Africans.
So the Shasu, I'm thinking that they were from the southern part of Canaan.
Yeah, they're Transjordan. Yeah. They're in Transjordan. They're around Arabia. The Edomite, the Kentanite territories.
Yeah, Arabia, south of Canaan.
Right, Arabia.
Yeah.
That's where they are.
Yeah.
And so they come into Egypt to raid.
I mean, there were migrations. We all know that there were migrations back and forth out of Egypt.
No, they come in to raid. The Egyptians talk about them as being raiders.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We all know that there was migrations in and out of Egypt.
That's not a migration.
Right? Brother, don't cut.
That's not a migration. That's raiding.
So look, there's migrations in and out of Egypt, right? So these people are known. Egypt was like a metropolitan state where people would go to Egypt, right? When there's famine, when there's wars, etc., etc. So these gods were known by the Egyptians. And how were they known? Because they came into contact with people that were worshiping these gods, right? So you cannot find, I just asked you a question. Show me where the Egyptians said that Yahweh was never worshipped in Egypt.
I'm actually gonna go and find the text, but you're coming from a place. You're coming from a place that you say no, so you do the same thing. You do the same hermeneutics that we've seen on the show. If they're at war with the people, then they're not accepted. You are trying to make them accepted because they are known.
All right, hey Reggie. I want everybody to know. I just got off the phone with Sekou. He will be coming in to deal with his African brother, and he's driving on the highway right now. So he said if he can make it home in time, he'd jump on and deal with his African beloved brother.
Okay, so I have to share my
screen. Show popping, and I was driving on the highway too, man. I put it in gear, man, and got home. So all right, so Reggie, this is what I'm saying.
So let's see.
Saying that the Cometians. Let me just finish something. I'm not saying that the Cometians worshiped him as a god, and you can find artifacts. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they knew about that god, and he might have been worshipped by people, foreigners.
You got your screen up, Easy Man. Your screen is showing.
Yeah. Because I want to show that. That's the next thing I wanted to talk about is Morpheus. Last time you dropped a bomb for Morpheus, and he basically just lied to the people and to everybody. And you I want to show.
Bears, can I ask you a question?
There's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on.
Watch this, Easy Bears. Can I ask you a quick question?
So I want to expose that.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Who?
Can I ask you a quick question? Very quick.
All right.
Like because you always come
Don't try to deflect though.
No. It's just a quick question, and I'm out. I'm gonna let you finish.
All right.
Because I notice you always come behind me in the shadows. Why don't you do a formal debate with me?
Woo! Call out.
We could do that. It's no problem.
We could do it?
We could do that. It's no problem.
Okay, I'm gonna give you you're a Christian, right?
I'm a Christian.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna give you the topic right now. You ready?
No.
Don't do that. Why you acting scared?
Yeah, no. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna agree on the topic.
Nah, you gotta let them say it so everybody can hear the topic, so nobody can say they didn't hear the topic.
But isn't it fair that we agree on the topic?
Can I tell you?
You can agree right now, or you can disagree. Give them the topic.
Right, you ready?
Yeah.
My topic is Jesus was a fraud and a liar.
We could do that.
There you go.
I never set it up.
Yeah, that ain't. I mean, we could do that tomorrow if you want.
We could do that. Now, so I don't know if I'm debating.
Hold up. Do y'all want that tomorrow or what?
Hell yeah.
Shit. I mean, we could do it. I mean, I got work, right? I got work tomorrow. So can we do it? I got work
to do too, but I'm down to do this because I'm tired of you coming behind me in the shadows. So why
relax.
don't you? I'm just saying, bro. All I'm saying is, why don't you and I have a direct conversation? Watch this now. No interruptions. No other people jumping on. What they used to call mano y mano, me and you. And since you're a Christian, I'm saying Jesus is a fraud and a liar.
Woo! Damn. Morpheus, man, that's hard, man.
So now, this is what I'm going to say. Nobody's coming behind Morpheus in the shadows. I'm in the light, baby. You feel me?
So take the debate. Let's see how good.
He said he got it. He said he took it. He's taking it. What time are you off tomorrow, Easy Bands?
What?
What time will you be available tomorrow?
So tomorrow, let's just do like 7 p.m. Is that
all right? What city you in right now?
I'm in Hamilton, Ontario.
Where's that at?
Canada.
It's
Canada. Oh man, you out there with Sekou?
Sekou's in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's
you
up.
out there with Sekou at, bro? Okay.
Just outside of Toronto. So
okay, that's what's up, man. All right, so 7 o'clock tomorrow Eastern time. Morpheus, will you be ready? All right, I'm gonna make the cover of the flyer. We're gonna get it in. All right, continue, Easy Band.
So we cleared that's the title, correct?
Yes.
So
right, cool.
You're saying that Jesus was a fraud and a liar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus was a fraud and a liar. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So all right, so cool. So nobody's coming behind you in the shadows, brother. You know what I'm saying? Just because
we good. Continue on your other conversation.
Go ahead, show your presentation with Morpheus Live. Go ahead, it's up there.
All right, cool. So let me just finish with Reggie right quick. So Reggie, we established my point. My point is that, okay, I'm not saying that the Cometians themselves prayed to a God named Yahweh. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, one, they were knowledgeable about this God named Yahweh, knew about him. And I'm now saying that they might have most probably came into contact with people that were worshiping that God. And those people might have entered into Egypt as well. So there's no way you could tell me that, basically that Yahweh was never in Africa. So if you can find a source that says Yahweh was never in Africa, I mean, that's an absolute statement that, you can't prove. So find that source, go ahead.
Okay.
But if
so
not,
it seems like you are asking a question to learn. So I'm going to teach you, right? Because you just simply don't know. All right. You're saying you're making a lot of judgments and you never even looked at the subject. And I know why, because you're a Christian. You're not even going to look at the older history. Wow. You're just going to look at the. So Reggie, let me just share my screen. Stop talking.
Licking canvas.
Yeah. So let's just do this. Okay. So let's just teach you and give you some information of Yahweh, and I'll do it quickly. So share my screen. Can y'all wave? Let sa.neter know to share my screen. This sa.neter. Okay, thank you. All right. Shashu of Yahweh. I'm going to read it real quickly. Often written Shashu of Yahweh or Ta Shashu Yahweh in inscription refers to a group of late Bronze Age nomads mentioned in Egyptian inscriptions whose territory deity was associated with the name Yahweh. Territory or deity was associated with the name Yahweh, making these texts some of the earliest extra-biblical attestations of that name. The problem, then the Exodus would have had to happen in the late Bronze Age, because this is when the Egyptians knew about them. So there's a chronology that I have to bring out, right? So the Shashu was described by New Kingdom Egyptians as semi-nomadic, often Semitic-speaking pastoral groups inhabiting regions of the southern Levant, including areas of the Sinai, Canaan, Transjordan, and the Negev, right? So we're looking at the Transjordan area. Arabia. Egyptian sources primarily show them as mobile herders and sometimes as troublesome or bandit-like elements of the empire's eastern frontiers rather than a single unified ethnic group. So now we have a problem right here, not only with the chronology problem that if there was supposed to be an exodus, it happened in the late period, right, of the New Kingdom. Second, we see them only as troublesome or bandit-like elements, right? The phrase Shashu of Yahweh in topographical lists from the reign of Amenhotep III at Soleb in Nubia and a similar list of Amara West, one entry reads the land of the Shashu of Yahweh. The land of the Shashu of Yahweh, or Yahweh, alongside other lands of the Shashu. The second element written Yahweh has been recognized by many scholars as closely matching the tetragram Yahweh and antedating the Mesha Stele use of the divine name by several centuries. Deity name or place name. Is it a deity or at this time or a place name? There's a scholarly debate over whether Yahweh is a toponym or the name of a god worshipped by the Shashu. That hasn't even been figured out yet. Even in readings that take it as a place, the toponym is generally understood to be derived from the cult of a deity of Yahweh. So either way, the text attests to the name Yahweh in a late Bronze Age context. Again, it's a problem, again, with chronology about the Exodus that I was arguing with Moses, right? So relationship to Israel and Edom and Midian. So I want to, well, I'm going to close with the Shashu of Yahweh inscriptions are critical for discussions of when and where the worship of Yahweh began, since they show the name in Egyptian sources from the 14th century BCE. So now we find it on the outskirts. We find them as bandits. We don't find millions of people in Egypt worshiping this god El or Yahweh. Even if they have a bandit post, a tent, ancient teepee, that doesn't mean that it cuts the story of the Bible. So El and Yahweh, they're not worshipped in Egypt, right? They're mostly Canaanite and Transjordan fixtures. So that's just a teaching moment. So now you have to tell me.
It wasn't a teaching moment because I knew all that you just read.
Man, can we laugh at this nigga now, man?
You didn't know. You didn't. If you didn't know, you didn't. When I was talking to you, when I was talking to you,
yep,
you was trying to say that there was worship.
Hold on now. Hold on. Don't let that distract you. Let me bring Easy Bands on now. Let Easy Bands get it in.
Word. Yeah. So you didn't teach me anything. We already knew that. That's general knowledge that everybody knows. You know, I appreciate you wanting to teach, but all right. So you basically didn't say anything different from what I said. You tried to play semantics with, not semantics, smoke and mirrors with the whole, it might not be a toponym, and people are still being debated, et cetera, et cetera. But the point here that I'm bringing to you is not that, like I said, not that the Cometians were worshiping this God named Yahweh. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the knowledge of that God named Yahweh was known by the Cometians. They knew about this God, and it's very probable that people, foreigners, were going into Kemet and worshiping Yahweh in Kemet. As you just read, these people were nomads and travelers, and they, as we know with the history of
Easy Bands, as the fact checker right now, Dr. Reggie, I got to agree with Easy Bands. They knew of the God Yahweh in Kemet. I chat GPT'd it. I asked them, was Yahweh ever in Egypt, in Africa? It says, yes, Yahweh was present in Egypt and wider Africa throughout physical worship and ancient records, right? It says the temple of Soleb, modern Sudan, around 1400, Egyptian hieroglyphic mention the Shansu of Yahweh. This is the oldest known written record of the name Yahweh, located in ancient Nubia, part of the African continent. I mean,
okay. So stop. Let me take the netter out your goddamn name.
Hey,
I'm gonna take the netter out your goddamn name. You stop.
Drop a bomb for easy bands.
Hold up, Reggie. All I'm reading is ChatGPT. You got to game on them.
Correctly.
All right, so get them, brother.
No,
Don't
you're not reading it correctly. There's an
my name, brother.
No, I'm not. You saw Hebrew right now. There's an
Okay.
African
You
temple.
said I'm not reading it correctly. I'm gonna read it word for word, right? Hold up. I'm gonna read it word for word. Where's it at? Damn. I can't show it because it's blocking it off. Word for word from where
Right
it
there.
says. All right, it says the Temple of Soleb, modern Sudan, described around 1400 BCE. Egyptian hieroglyphics mention the Shansu of YHW. What is YHW?
Stop.
Yeah.
Now, stop. I want to give you back your netter name just because you're my friend.
And then it says Egyptian hieroglyphic mentioned the Shansu of Yahweh. This is the oldest known written record of the name Yahweh, located in ancient Nubia, part of African continent.
Yeah,
that's why I was reading it. And then it says during the 15th century BCE, a Jewish military colony lived on the what? Elephantine? Island. That's it. I mean,
let me help you. Just
drop a bomb for yourself, sir.
Drop a bomb. Drop two bombs. One for you and one for easy bands.
I did not say that the Egyptians did not know of this bandit group.
You're lying.
Right?
No. The conversation was it known in Africa? Did he ever go into Africa?
No. They
Yep.
went into Africa as bandits. I already read that.
Okay.
But he
I
said,
read that.
Yahweh was never in
the
Africa.
problem with Easy Bands is where he tries to act like he knows all of this, right?
Wow.
Then what we find out, the issue is whether or not there was large-scale worship, and then if it was large-scale worship of it, right? That cannot be proven.
So I just read
second
that.
thing is El and Yahweh, right?
He just read that.
El and Yahweh, though there could not have been an exodus because there is no large-scale worship. So why don't you ask your ChatGPT, was there large-scale worship of Yahweh and El in Egypt?
Was there large scale of worship
of El and Yahweh
in Egypt?
He's shifting the goalposts.
Yes, large-scale worship has been a defining feature of human civilization for thousands of years. Archaeological evidence shows that organized religion and mass rituals often preceded or drove the development of complex societies. Key evidence of large-scale worship: Göbekli Tepe, circa 9500 BCE, located in modern Turkey. This is the world's oldest known temple. It suggests that hunter-gatherers organized in large numbers for
Just
ritual
ask was
purposes
Yahweh
long before the
and El
invention.
worship in Africa. I don't want to hear about Göbekli Tepe.
Was
Just
Yahweh El worship in Africa?
But Reggie, I never
in
said
Egypt.
that.
Sorry, in Egypt.
That's a straw man.
No, that's not
Evidence
straw
for
man.
early
Yo,
worship of
y'all
Yahweh in
gotta be
Africa is
quiet. Y'all
prim-
gotta be quiet, man. Was Yahweh El ever worship in Egypt?
While Yahweh was never part of the official Egyptian pantheon, the name appears in Egyptian as early as the 14th century BCE. Earliest mention: an inscription at the Temple of Soleb, built by Amenhotep III, refers to the land of the Shasu of Yahweh, likely describing nomadic tribes from the Levant or Midian who worshipped him. Later worship: during the Persian period, 5th century BCE, a Jewish mercenary community at Elephantine in southern Egypt built a temple and worshipped Yahweh, referred to as Yahu, alongside other local influences. Magical papyri. In the Roman period, the name was occasionally invoked in Egyptian magical spells as a powerful foreign deity. Would you like to know more about the Jewish temple at Elephantine?
No. So here's the problem. So
cut up.
when the Jews came back from the Persians, yes, they were stationed in Elephantine, but this is way after the Exodus was supposed to happen.
This guy's amazing, man.
So the question is, so the issue is, El and Yahweh could not have been the gods of the Exodus. Well, just ask them that. So I asked, were El and Yahweh the gods of the
So
from
can we move
Egyptian
on to
source?
Morpheus?
Was the God
Hey,
El
can I
and Yahweh
want to
God
finally
of the
respond
Exodus?
to Morpheus on this whole Strong's thing first,
Move to Morpheus right quick.
because I spent the block on that.
Historical scholarship, El and Yahweh are closely linked, but have different origins. Biblical perspective. In the Exodus narrative, God explicitly identifies himself to Moses as both deities. In Exodus chapter 6, verse 3, God says, I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as El Shaddai, God Almighty. But by my name Yahweh I did not make myself known to them. The Bible presents these as two names for the same God. It suggests that the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, knew God by the title El, but the specific personal name Yahweh was the special revelation given to Moses for the Exodus.
Oh man, damn. It's giving me
Right,
some shit, man.
Okay, so you hold that. But my question to ChatGPT, was there large worship of El and Yahweh in Egypt?
But no, we know that's no.
Okay, so if that's the question, I don't know what if we all know this now. Why is Easy Bands trying to have a conversation with me?
Because
With
you
no
lied.
All right. Let me go to Morpheus now.
Okay, you lost. Go to Morpheus.
Cool. If that makes you feel better.
It's true.
All right. Cool. All right, Morpheus. So Morpheus, last time we had a discussion. Yeah, last time we had a discussion, you did your whole smoke and mirror stuff, right? I just want Sa, if you could share my screen, please. So I'm just gonna play this right quick. This is when I basically said that, you know, we're talking about the Exodus. It was Reggie's show, and I basically said that there are scholars that do believe that the Exodus happened in some sort of form, shape, and form, right? I said that there isn't, and I prefaced before even speaking. I said there wasn't any direct archaeological evidence of it, but there's indirect evidence, and scholars hold to those evidences. And I named one of the scholars that did, which was James K. Hoffmeyer. So this is what happened after I did that. All right. You went and did a Google search. First off, you put the wrong name in. You said James Hoffman. All right. But let me go ahead and play it right quick. And Sa dropped the bomb for this when he was lying to the people. All right. Let me play this right quick. Hold on. 1 second, y'all.
Uh-oh.
Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Can't hear nothing. Yeah, we hear it. We hear it.
Direct archaeological evidence.
Oh man, you are jobbing, bro.
Where's the bomb?
Is it loud enough?
You're dead.
Yes, we hear it.
Hold on, let me bring it back.
Most Hamilton homeowners do this wrong when they sell their homes, and they lose tens of thousands of dollars and waste countless hours in unnecessary repairs, prep work, and open houses as a result.
Yeah, I'm
That's
trying
because
to. My battery's low.
Come on, Easy Man. That's why we say sauce up or shut up, bro.
That's not going off on me.
That's
all right, so
the Bible, bro.
Shut up, bro.
So all y'all trying to do is shoot down my scholars I'm bringing.
Wait a minute.
So all y'all trying to do is shoot down my scholars I'm bringing.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got it. Hey, Sa, please look at my screen real quick. What it says about your boy, the statement I asked about your boy Hoffman, he argues there is no direct archaeological evidence.
Oh man.
So now, if we read this, right, what's going on here? Morpheus basically brought up, did a Google search claiming that I was wrong in bringing my my source, James K. Hoffmeyer, right? I was saying that James K. Hoffmeyer basically supports the viewpoint that the Exodus did happen, and he has indirect evidence that supports that viewpoint. Morpheus comes in and basically says the opposite. He says, "Oh no, the guy doesn't believe in the Exodus." Basically, y'all just heard that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, what Morpheus didn't do is read this properly for you guys. He just lied, basically. So if you read this, it says the statement you're referring to likely involves scholars who argued there is no direct archaeological evidence for the biblical Exodus as described, right? So this is not even talking about James K. Hoffmeyer, okay? And then we go down to the second paragraph. It says, however, the person you may be thinking of is actually James K. Hoffmeyer, a prominent evangelical archaeologist and Egyptologist who argues the opposite. He contends the lack of evidence is not proof of absence, and that indirect evidence can support the authenticity of the Exodus tradition.
Uh-oh!
You see that? And
so
that's
all right, Morpheus, you got some explaining to do, brother.
That's my first.
Watch this. Let me show you. Yo, I hope this is not what you're going to type of stuff you're going to bring tomorrow. I hope not. Shaw, take your screen down and watch this. Watch this. Share my screen.
Hold on. Before we do that.
No.
Hold on. Before we do that.
No. You talk.
No. Hold on. Morpheus.
Hold on, Morpheus. You gotta let him say it all so you can get it in.
Exactly.
Okay.
Morpheus. Hold on. So before we do that, right? I just prefaced because I know he's about to do the smoke and mirrors again. Okay. I just prefaced again that in the beginning of my speech, I said there's no direct evidence of the.
So you just killed yourself.
No, I didn't.
No,
I didn't. So hold on. Stop cutting in, bro. I know you're scared, man. I know you're scared.
Watch this.
And the crazy part is like you don't have any dignity, man. Because if you did, this is
good. Watch this.
All right, let him go, Bands. Let him go, Bands.
Let me just clarify because he's about to.
Watch it. No. You're done. You're done. Watch this.
Clarify. So hold on.
You're done.
For one, I never said there's any direct archaeological evidence. I never said that. What I said is that there's scholars that hold the view that the Exodus did happen to some extent, and they have indirect evidence of that. That's what I said.
All right, let him go now. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Go ahead.
Now Morpheus froze up on us.
He froze up, man. You got no choice but to freeze up.
Come on, man. Don't tell me Easy Band put you on ice, brother.
Hey, man.
Well, I'm here until Morpheus comes back. So if there was an Exodus and it wasn't with El and Yahweh, then you have a problem, convert. Because that means
we got Rebel Roster in the building, Reggie.
Okay, peace, Rebel Rock. So you have a problem if the whole premise of the Exodus is let my people go. They're worshipers of El and Yahweh. If you don't have El and Yahweh, large-scale worship of El and Yahweh, you can have any Exodus you want, but it's not a biblical one. So it's manufactured.
Huh?
What?
What? Come on,
Come on, y'all like y'all don't understand what Reggie said. Y'all know what he said.
It was ignorant, man.
El and Yahweh are not in history worshipped in Egypt by any large groups of people, then an Exodus with El and Yahweh, right, is untrue. And the Bible's a liar.
What? Where's that coming from, bro?
If you don't understand it, this is a real big problem, y'all. El and Yahweh are central to the Exodus.
Right.
History and artifacts can find no large-scale worship of El and Yahweh by any large groups of people.
You're arguing
from
the
Exodus, it wasn't with El and Yahweh. So it's manufactured.
Cap, you got to substantiate.
It's not cap.
It's okay.
It's everything that we've been talking about. I established that El and Yahweh are not worship large scale in Egypt.
Reggie,
So,
all right.
I established
that means there was no Exodus?
All right, brother.
Right.
How based on what? That's a logical fallacy, bro.
All right, brother.
A logical fallacy.
The absence of evidence is not proof.
The absence of evidence is not proof. Well, you don't have anything to prove with.
Well, we have indirect.
El and Yahweh, the only thing that you have is the Bible.
Oh,
that's not true.
But you don't do any history.
That's not true. We have Manfred B. Text work. Hold on. Yes, we do. I'm giving you some right now. We have Manfred B. Tech's work and his work in Avaris. We also have Titus Kennedy and his work in regards to the Exodus. We have many PhD scholars who actually
Yarah.
We have Douglas Beck.
Yarah.
Yeah.
Do what
can you hear me?
Yeah, do what Morpheus did. Call Reggie out on it. Call him out to a debate. Let's see if Reggie run. Let's see if Reggie run on this topic. Call him out, man.
Hey, listen, here's the deal. Before I even think about debating somebody, right? There has to be so if there's a disagreement on something, you're saying to me, Yarah, Black Sage, you're telling me that there's large scale worship of El and Yahweh in Egypt.
How are you defining large scale worship? How are you defining
the Bible says millions of people, 1 million people.
Okay, so if you're talking about the Exodus, we can go to the Merneptah Stele. We know that Israel was there 1200 BC. Let's go back a little bit further. And this is what sa.neter was bringing out. Actually, in Easy Bands, if you go back to the Soleb inscription, they date that circa 1400 BCE. We have hold on. We have PhD scholars that date the Exodus within less than 50 years of the Soleb.
All right, we got Morpheus back, y'all. We got Morpheus back, and we got to let him respond.
Yeah, let me respond. My network adapter is trying to reset. That's what kicked me off. It wasn't Yahweh that did it.
Share your screen. Share your screen.
Okay, here we go. Right. Remember, this is the guy. You see my screen?
Yep, it's up.
Is this the guy we talking about right here? Easy Bands?
James K. Hoffmeyer. Yeah.
Yes.
Same guy, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's move forward. A prominent archaeologist in Egyptology who argues for the plausibility of the Exodus. Is that what it says? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Acknowledged in his record Israel. Now here come the key words, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a lack of direct, concrete, archaeological evidence for the specific events described in the Bible. Stop. What is he saying? What is he saying?
So hold on. So sa.neter, didn't I just preface in my statement today and the day we had this original debate? I said most of the scholars that I'm talking about do not see any direct archaeological evidence. But what they do see, hold on, let me finish, bro.
No. Easy Bands, you trying to work your way out of it? We're talking about Hoffman right now. You went to his thoughts.
Right. Now, your boy, right? That's why I said, I hope you don't bring this type of stuff tomorrow because you're in major trouble. Your boy, who you stand on, out of his own mouth, he argues that while direct evidence is what?
Missing.
This is what we keep talking about on these shows. Evidence.
sa.neter.
Let me stop. Nope. Don't do it.
No, you gotta let him finish, Easy Band.
Right.
Remember, we always talk about what's your proof. Bring your proof. Bring your evidence. Bring your proof.
Oh, come on, Morpheus. Get it together.
He froze up again. He froze up because he's lying. Yo, sa.neter.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, sa.neter. Sa.neter. Didn't I say it twice today already? Just today alone. Didn't I say that I'm not talking about direct archaeological evidence? I'm talking about indirect. So why does he keep going back to looking for direct archaeological evidence?
No, because you brought up Hoffman. You brought him up.
Yeah.
And so you said that he supported the
So let me clarify because maybe you missed it too. All right.
No, I didn't miss it, brother.
No. All right. This part, the one part.
You said he supported the Exodus.
No, yeah. But
I said Morpheus just showed you that he didn't.
That's not true.
All right, just listen to me right quick. Just 1 second, brother. What I'm saying is he supports the Exodus, the plausibility of it, using indirect evidence, not direct archaeological evidence. That's the important part. That's the smoke and mirrors that Morpheus is playing with. He's hoping
Right.
that y'all don't hear that or y'all don't understand that. So scholars like
No,
Hoffmeyer.
no, stop. I'm straining my eyes. I want you to read the next paragraph. This is your
Yep.
slide. Read it. Read it what it say. However,
the
go ahead.
person that might be thinking, however, the person you may be thinking of is actually James K. Hoffmeyer, a prominent evangelical archaeologist and Egyptologist.
Okay,
who
okay,
argues
I'm back.
he contends that the lack of evidence is not proof
we
of
can hear
absence,
you, Morpheus.
and that
Stop. That's it.
Let me finish. Right there, indirect evidence can support the authenticity of the Exodus.
All right. Stop. Let Morpheus go. He's back. Let's go, Morpheus.
Yeah, my computer's doing something, so I don't know what's happening. But anyway, from what we just read, and we can all see this, right? That the man is saying that there is no direct evidence at all. It's missing. It's missing.
That's
right?
what it's saying.
Right. So if it's missing, right? If we don't have it, notice in the next line what he says is evidence for the tradition. The tradition. The Exodus story is a tradition.
That's what it said.
We're not talking about tradition.
Yes, you are.
So, no, we're not talking
when
about tradition.
When you say the biblical narrative, that is what you are. You said there's no direct evidence of the biblical narrative. Once you say that, you are talking about tradition at that point.
So hold on.
Let me say this again. We always argue about archaeology, which is not a tradition. Archaeology is evidence, right? Yes or no?
It's not an exact science, but sure.
Okay. Is anthropology, right? Is that evidence or is it tradition?
That's evidence. Yes.
Okay. Is DNA genetics?
I got it.
So is genetics and DNA, is that a tradition or is that scientific evidence?
Make your point, bro.
You know the point I'm going. Everybody else knows it. You got to catch up, right? Right. So your boy is saying that there is no evidence. We're talking about evidence, not tradition.
That's not what he's saying.
It says concrete evidence. Anybody in here know what concrete evidence is?
You're a liar, bro.
You're a liar, Morpheus.
Does anybody know?
I'll put it back on.
Does anybody know?
I told y'all, Morpheus can't read or he a liar.
Does anybody up here know what is concrete evidence?
You just said there's no evidence, right? Is that what you said out your mouth? There's no evidence.
Again, does anybody?
There's a difference between indirect evidence and direct archaeological evidence.
Facts.
Right? Both of them are evidence, right? Okay. And what the statement said and what I said.
Listen close. What according to Hoffmeyer, Hoffmeyer mentions concrete evidence, and he says we don't have that. Does he say that? Yes or no?
That what? Yo,
let's try it again.
Morpheus, just make your point, bro. This yes or no stuff.
Listen. The guy that you champion, I hope you don't bring this tomorrow.
Bro, don't worry about what I bring tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm gonna bring tomorrow.
The guy that you champion, Hoffmeyer, right? That guy.
Yep.
He says from his own mouth, we do not have concrete evidence. It is missing.
No, hold on. He says, hold on. He says that they don't have. He says they don't have concrete, direct archaeological evidence.
Right.
But hold on. But he does say that the plausibility is real because they do have indirect evidence.
No. Watch this. The indirect he's talking about is tradition. He says it right there in the tradition. Let me show the screen again because something wrong with your eyes. Watch this. Something wrong with your eyes, bro. Look at this. Share my screen again. Share my screen again. Share my screen one more time, please. Because obviously something wrong.
sa.neter dropped out. He's not even on here.
Okay. All right. Share my sa.neter.
Let me just read it. How about that?
No. Let me read it. It's my source.
And read the second paragraph. Read the whole paragraph.
Source. Let me read my source.
It's my source.
Yo,
just
bro,
put up the Google.
I'm the one that's presenting.
You didn't present nothing, bro. That's my source.
I'm the one that's presenting. Let me read it. Okay?
Go ahead, read it. Read
Is
the
that
second
okay?
paragraph. Read
Is
the
that
second
okay?
paragraph.
Is
Read
that
the
okay?
second paragraph and don't lie to
Okay.
the people.
Okay, you ready?
No, can we pause the mic, man? Please. It cannot be a two-way show. Like, read it, get over with it, and pause the mic.
Right.
It's getting overbearing, please.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. All right. Let me read this again. I wish people could see the screen. sa.neter, you can't, because I want them to read along. I would love for people to read along.
Yeah, I don't think he.
We follow you, Morpheus. Just read it, brother. We here.
Okay, cool. It says James Hoffmeyer, a prominent archaeologist and Egyptologist who argues for the plausibility of the Exodus, acknowledges in his work, the book called Israel in Egypt, wrote in 1997, that there is there is a lack of direct.
Bro.
Most High won't let him get that loud.
Yep. They're not letting them do the smoke and mirrors. You feel me? They're not letting it happen, bro. Reason up. That's what happens, man. You see? So the chat.
No, I'm still here. So
see, that ain't no better.
So the chat. These are your heroes,
see,
man.
What it is
liar, man. That's your hero.
What it is
that your man? Is that your king?
Don't look at my sources to see if my sources lie. Everybody that's fact checked my work or what my sources have shown that my sources are true. You have not shown any sources. What you're just doing is you're just trying to do hermeneutics. You're trying to stay alive.
All right.
So Hoffmeyer,
he already destroyed you, Reggie.
I know.
No,
not really. Not really. He didn't.
Backstage. You didn't never prove that El and Yahweh worship in Egypt was formidable.
It's okay. Let's leave that alone, Reggie. Reggie, let me ask you something quick.
Wait. You never proved that.
Okay.
So wait. So let me just end him. So all you're doing is talking. So Easy Bands, what's up, my brother? Peace.
Yeah. All right. Let me ask you something now in regards to this new conversation that we're having. And Reggie, peace and blessings, man. You know, after this, we're cool. All right.
Okay.
Morpheus is back.
Real quick.
In regards to this conversation that I'm having with Morpheus.
Real quick.
My
computer's going to come off.
Hold on. Morpheus, relax. Can you be honest?
No, I can't relax. Listen, my computer's about to cut off.
Can you be honest? You see, they get beat up.
Reg,
you see how he's acting? No discipline.
Reg,
no discipline.
My computer is about to update. So I only have like probably 10,
matter of
30
fact,
seconds.
I gotta go.
I know.
Now go ahead, Morpheus, and finish out. You cut off in the middle. You was reading.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, Reg, who's controlling this?
Reggie is.
No,
Reggie.
I have no more control over sa.neter's platform. I'm a guest just like you all.
So you can't share the screen?
No, a long time ago I could, but I can't no longer.
Okay.
It cut off when you was reading plausible. It cut off.
Okay. Let me finish real quick because I might because it's going into update. Anyway, so like I was saying, James K. Hoffmeyer, a prominent archaeologist and Egyptologist who argues for the plausibility of Exodus, acknowledges in his work Israel in Egypt, written in 1997, that there is a lack of direct, concrete archaeological evidence for the specific events described in the Bible. Stop.
I said that. I said that.
Oh, stop. What is he saying, y'all? King James.
If he's arguing for the plausibility means it probably happened, right?
Right. Yes. But he's saying, but watch this.
So his argument is that it happened, but you're just taking an excerpt out of as far as saying archaeological evidence is weak.
Okay,
he's still making an argument. He's still making an argument.
Wait, stop. I'm not saying that. He's still making an argument, right?
Right.
Right, but watch what he says in his argument. Hoffmeyer argues that while direct evidence is missing, there is significant indirect evidence of Semitic-speaking people in Egypt influence on the region that supports the authenticity of the tradition, right?
Yep.
The tradition of there was an actual Exodus.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
Done. You're done.
So Morpheus, you just made his point, Morpheus. You didn't make
Morpheus, you kill yourself.
No, listen. No, you're not listening. Watch this. It said it supports the authenticity of the tradition. We're not talking about tradition.
What tradition is he referring to?
Look who the real Morpheus is. Look at my joint.
There you go, easy man.
Morpheus, bro. You feel me? You're done, bro. Morpheus,
He
you're
keeps
done.
freezing every time, but the
Okay, but I'm not done.
The tradition is an actual
Reggie, you're not.
Exodus.
Reggie's
No,
not.
I'm not done. So look, Hoffmeyer's claim
He's
that
trying
the
to resurrect
Delta,
himself. He's been off you, man.
Hoffmeyer's claim that the Delta and North Sinai were filled with Asiatics. That's his claim. During the New Kingdom is well supported.
What would have been that population, Reggie?
But the move from the demographic fact to therefore some of them worship El and Yahweh is a plausibility argument, right? Not a direct epigraphic or iconographic demonstration.
Reggie, I just want to say one thing. I gotta go.
At present, let me finish this. At present, the primary hard data for Yahweh is still the Shashu of Yahweh inscription outside of Egypt proper. Tying those Yahwehs to specific Asiatic communities in Egypt that Hoffmeyer associates with the Exodus remains an informed hypothesis rather than something documented by explicit El or Yahweh theophoric names in New Kingdom Egyptian records.
So Yahweh, Reggie kills you right
say
there.
one
Hold on,
thing.
easy, real quick. Reggie kills you on that point right there because I can ask you one question: who did the Hyksos? Did the Hyksos worship Yahweh, or did they worship Set or Hadad?
They worship Seth and Hadad.
Do you have any records of the Hyksos worshiping Yahweh? Go.
But the Hyksos aren't.
No, you answer the question. Do you have?
No, because the Hyksos. No, because
brother, we having a fair conversation.
No, I
Did
said
the
no.
Hyksos worship Yahweh?
No, I said no. But the problem with that, statement is that hold on. The problem with that statement is that the Hyksos was not a nation of people. The Hyksos was a group of Asiatic leaders.
It's a title for the elite of the Amu. We know
right.
who they are.
So you wouldn't look for millions of Hyksos because that's what we're referring to.
No, that's not the conversation, Yahweh. We're talking about.
Well, yes, it is. That's the conversation you actually
the Hyksos worship Yahweh.
The Hyksos isn't the issue. Whether or not the Israelites worship Yahweh. That's the question because that aligns. Hold on, because the Israelites is what lines.
We don't see the words. Hold on, Yarah, real quick. We don't see Israel until the murder Batah. That's 12.
It doesn't matter. You're
in the wrong time period right now.
Hold on, I'm not in the wrong time period. And here's the problem that you have. Because you keep saying the Hyksos. The argument is not about the Hyksos. You interjected the Hyksos as a straw man.
Well, no, Easy Man introduced the Hyksos because if we're talking about the Shashu of Yahweh, right? We see them on the Soleb inscription. They're totally different people groups.
Right,
so
that's not the Hyksos.
First, I need you to pick.
Well,
hold on. First, I need you to actually pick who you're identifying as the Israelites.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly who I'm identified as the Israelites. Right, according to Manfred Bietek's work, we understand that in Avaris, after the Hyksos expulsion, there remained a group in Avaris who later we know came out of Egypt and went into Midian. Those are the people we're identifying according to the biblical tradition that Hoffmeyer would agree with. Those would be the people we would call the Israelites. When you talk about the Hyksos were a group of rulers who were chased out by Amos and ran up into Shahurim. We know this according to the Amana letters. So we're not saying, so the Hyksos are not the Israelites.
Right.
That's the problem that you have. So we must be talking about a later group, a group that we know after the Hyksos were expelled and ran out into Shahurim. We know that that remained a group in Avaris or Goshen or Goshen.
Shahurim is Palestine.
You have speculation.
I know that's where the Hyksos was ran to.
You have no inscriptions. It's all speculation. It's all biblical.
No, it's not speculation. We have the archaeological evidence of that, Reggie.
No, you have Asiatics in Avaris.
Yes, we do.
You have Asiatics, but they're not worshiping El or Yahweh.
Exactly.
Listen, we have the material culture that shows that they were
No,
worshiping
but that
El
you
and
don't have
Yahweh.
the
And
inscriptions
this is
of
how. And
El
this is
or
by the,
Yahweh.
yes, it is, because by the time we get to the Soleb inscription, hold on. By the time we get to the Soleb inscription, you're only talking about less than 50 years from the time that the Exodus is dated, according to Manfred Bitek in his work in Avaris, showing the work that he excavated in the second and third strata. We do.
There's no scholar besides.
I want Morpheus to go before his thing went out again while he's here. Morpheus is on you. Is on you, Morpheus. The screen is showing. Morpheus, you there?
It's something that I want to respond to Morpheus.
Damn, man. Morpheus still out, man.
So you cut me off.
Sir, you're beating a dead horse. At
cut
time
me
we get
off.
some other people, man.
Hey, Rebel Star. We haven't heard from Rebel Raw Star. My brother. What are you? My good brother. What you talking about?
Hey, Yarah, give thanks for the little entrance and blessed to the board and the panel and the people them listening. Sir, and I'm more than when you got all these people on the board, we need to have equal slices of the pizza. I look like everybody else getting the pizza and we just there watching them eat it. But my comment I gotta make, today I was listening to Napar, and Napar hit some things, even though we say they were outdated information, but she's hitting some things on the head when it comes to the panel tonight. Yarah, you were the focal point at certain points of it. Nice conversation. Dr. Reggie, and the one Morpheus, I think Easy Band and Yarah have you guys tonight because you guys bouncing from rock to rock, going all over the place, trying to make a convenient
Okay, so now
argument.
you messed up. So now you
No, hold on.
So
You
now
cannot bounce me in. Hold on. You attack all night. Hold on. Let me get my thing off. Because you started off saying that they weren't aware of Yahweh in Egypt, and then they show you the temple in Nubia. Then you start saying, well, he wasn't worshipped to a certain extent. So you start going to a different height of trying to convenience your conversation. So that was ingenuous because you trying to make yourself look good. Then Morpheus, even though he's saying the guy does not have direct evidence, the same man that makes the claim saying there is indirect evidence. So what are we arguing? Are we arguing this guy claim, or we arguing our feelings as to what the guy is saying, because he's saying both things? There's not direct evidence, but there's indirect evidence. So that should be no argument of any sort. So listening to this thing go back and forward, we should get on something that we should argue about that we actually disagree, or the man saying something else. So we need to get another scholar saying something else. And that's what most of the time we see when we believe into these so-called experts and specialists. They have us all over the place. They have us caught up in emotions because most of the evidence they so-called have is not really facts, truth. They're just making up a story and they're making up theories because of the evidence they have, and most of the evidence they're not as so elaborate. They just, so I'll take it easy. I'll take it easy right now. Let me hear y'all.
Okay, Rebel Rostar, do you know what Hoffmeyer's claim is?
Well, what you guys reading, he said there's not.
No. Do you know what his claim is?
Well, let me tell you, I understand from comprehending what you guys reading. I don't know the guy. I don't know whatever. I'm reading I'm understanding what you guys saying. So he says, even though there is not direct evidence, there is indirect evidence through their traditions. Now, whether you want to claim their traditions is real or not, but they're showing you that they're doing some indirect things, even though you cannot find straight information, but some of the things they're doing have in relation to the whole subject.
So you don't know the facts.
I don't think you know the facts too. We are going off of his claims.
My sources are what I put on the screen. So I can show you the facts. So Hoffmeyer's claim that the Delta and the North Sinai was filled with Asiatics. that is generally BTEC's claim. My issue is that show me the evidence of El or Yahweh worship in the Delta and the North Sinai. Right? So there is no evidence of that. So then it becomes
yeah, but you said Egypt first. You said Egypt. No, you changed the geographical standpoint by saying the Sinai.
Delta and North Sinai is in Egypt, sir.
But that's what I'm saying to you. You have to pick a place. You cannot pick what you call it?
Listen,
ambiguous
you
place.
out of your league.
No, I'm not out of my league. And the fact,
out of your league.
No. Listen. I respect you too, Reg. But when you said that these people did not migrate, they came in as raiders. I mean, when you leave somewhere and you go to somewhere, that's migrating. It doesn't matter what you go and do on the other side. You have to leave from your home to go to somewhere.
Groups of people. The Shashu people, the Yahweh, the Shashu of Yahweh. Those are Transjordian peoples that cross over from the south. The other, we're talking about.
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the pettiness of you saying that was not a migration because they came on raid, and that is migration. That's the simple point I'm making. You said there was not migration. I'm like, what is Reggie talking about? If you move from one place to the next.
Raids means they come into an area, they don't stay, and they go back.
No, migration means you go from one. It doesn't matter how long you stay. So if I leave from Jamaica and go to America, bro, and I stay the month, 2 weeks, whatever, I migrated to America. How much time did you spend in America? 2 weeks, and then I migrated back to the Caribbean.
Okay,
it's that simple. So, it doesn't matter what I came to do.
Yeah, I don't think that you have the facts. I think that you are misusing words. Migration.
No, Reggie, I think
leave for a long period of time. They move from a long period of time.
No, Reggie, put up the definition of migration. You're doing migration as to a racial or a sect of people moving for a reason, but that's not the definition of migration. Migration has nothing to do with people leaving and staying for a certain amount of time. That has nothing to do with migration. Migration just means you move from one place to the next. So you could migrate from Bronx to Queens in America. I'm saying to you, so at the end of the day, it's migration. And I'm like, hey, if you're on that level, why are you trying to be disingenuous? It's time when, as Napa said earlier on, get that anima in us where we're going to be like, hey, brother, you're right. I just don't agree with you to that point. But when we keep saying that people are wrong when they're right,
then, can you put up my screen? Because I just gotta do Rebel Rasa. I gotta do him dirty. I really gotta do him dirty.
Nah, Reggie, don't do him dirty. He just disagree with you.
Okay.
No, he ain't doing me dirty. He ain't doing me dirty. Reggie's showing more than what he's arguing. That's what I'm saying to you. The thing that he's arguing,
put up my screen.
It's two different conversations.
Put up my screen.
All right, hold on, Reggie. I want you to know that Rebel Rasta supports us. She supports this channel.
No, stop.
He ain't banging on you. Reggie, hold on. Listen, brother. It ain't like he's banging on you. He just disagreed respectfully. That's it.
Okay, so
stop. I don't need no defense on this, man. It's the toughest environment, so I know. Say, hey, no love lost. Man, you don't know it's one love. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Rebel Ra, I respect you. You might do, but Egyptian sources do not describe a migration of the Shashu of Yahweh in Egypt proper, nor do they state how long such a group ever stayed in Egypt. They appear only as external borderland nomads on the Egyptian topographical list. What the Egyptian texts say, the Kia Testament, Soleb under Amenhotep III, Amara Res, under Ramses III lists the land of Shashu of Yahweh as Shashu among the foreign territories, just like Shashu lands, implying a region or a group outside of Egypt, not a resident immigrant community inside the Delta. Their list functions as catalogs of enemies, foreign lands subdued or known by the Pharaoh. They do not narrate movement, settlement, or durations of stay in Egyptian territories, right? So Shashu presence versus residence in evidence in Egypt, Egyptian military and diplomatic texts show that the Shashu groups come cross into Egyptian control zones as raiders, laborers, or seasonal pastoralists, but even there, they are usually treated as mobile frontal populations, not a long-term settled migrant with recorded sojourn lengths. No surviving inscriptions specified that the Shashu of Yahweh entered Egypt, remained for X years, and then left, and any reconstruction of such a stay is modern inference based on broader patterns of pastoral nomadic movements, not explicit chronological data, right? So limits of evidence because of the Shashu appear only in these formulaic lists and a few related references. Scholars can locate them geographically: southern Transjordan, Edomitian Seir region, and roughly in the time of the 14th to 13th century, but cannot qualify their presence in Egypt or duration of any visits. As a result, the arguments that link the Shashu of Yahweh to an Exodus group residing in Egypt necessarily go beyond the text and rest on historical models and analogies, not on direct chronological statements about how long they stayed in Egypt. So let's go back to the beginning, just so that you see. Egyptian sources do not describe a migration, right? So the migration part goes away. Now we have to look for evidence. So we look for the scholarly work, the archaeological work, to find out if they could say that there's long-term stays, and they cannot find that. So Brother Reggie just reading from sources today. I'm not arguing my own points, Rebel, right? I'm just saying that the what BTEC and not BTEC, well, what BTEC and Hoffmeyer is saying is because there was Asiatics in the Delta, they must have worshipped El, right? That's problematic. The most evidence is, if anything, the Shashu of Yahweh crossed the border and they was kicked out, if you want to call that as the Exodus. That's just basically straightforward what the searchers say.
All right.
So Yarah, Black Sage, and my brother Easy Bands, they don't have a point today when it comes to Egypt. All right. So Rasta, that's it, brother. We're gonna move on. King J, what's up, King J? Did you speak yet?
Yeah, I was jumping in. I was back and forth. You had jumped off for a while. I commented.
All right. Hey, Yarah, you ready? You back? You back? My man Yarah. Okay, Easy Bands, you there?
Yo.
Moses 7-7, you there? Go ahead, get it in, Moses. Get it in.
Well, I just wanted to say, fam, yo, we got off your topic, man. You came on here with your AI friend, talking about God, but I had to point out, man, the scriptures, the way the scriptures read and the way your AI was reading, your AI was out of context. Because like the scripture in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 through 28, it's referring to God. It says, let us create man in our image and after our likeness. Those are pluralistic terms. AI was talking about God from a singular term. Then I showed y'all the scripture in Psalm chapter 82. I said that ye are gods. Ye are all children. Children is a plural term. Ye are all children of the Most High. The AI is talking about the invisible man, the way that they be teaching people at T.D. Jakes Church, Creflo Dollar, Kenneth Copeland. That's how AI is talking, man. And that understanding of God is out of context. You got to understand what God means to biblical people in that territory so that there's no miscommunication, no misunderstanding. And then Brother Morpheus came up here and he was like trying to, throw Professor James Strong under the bus because now they're saying that his source is outdated. But I'm like, yo, anytime we have seen it ourselves, anytime Europeans stand up in favor of us, they will silence that European. I've heard them even be called ninja lovers. So if you got a European that's showing all of this African territory in the Bible, this Bible that a lot of Europeans believe in, but it's showing that it's a possibility that biblical God is the leaders of these African territories. Of course, they're going to start pulling his book off the shelves and trying to silence him and make him quiet and make it look like he don't know what he's talking about. Man, this book is thick, man. Like I said, this is a textbook. When professors and universities write books, these become textbooks that we have to study. So when the scripture that Reggie pointed out saying, study to show yourself approved, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth, you are not rightly dividing the word of truth. AI is not rightly dividing the word of truth like the professors at this place where James Strong's was at, man. So I just wanted to show that your AI is no. I mean, I guess we can't really depend on AI for a lot of stuff. Obviously, it's pulling information from, I guess, the algorithm, making sure it's pulling from the white supremacist construct of everything, man. It ain't really trying to be truthful and whatnot. And I'll land right there.
Okay, so don't use AI. The rest of us will use AI, and if we have other questions to critique AI, we will. You stay now. When did James Strong die?
I don't remember. All
right, so
he died around the same time Charles Darwin died. Ain't nobody got no issue with Charles Darwin, but they got an issue with this white man showing that the Bible took place.
No, we have a problem with James Strong, right? And we have a problem with Charles Darwin. We have a problem with Charles Darwin. We've discussed them. We have whole debates on Charles Darwin, right? But the question on James Strong, right? So you don't know when he died.
That's irrelevant, Reggie. Why do you believe that God? No, Reggie. Why do you believe that God is the invisible man? Why do you believe that Noah is an individual? Why do you believe Moses is an individual? Why do you believe those stories as they are taught to you without studying the language of the?
Number one, Reggie don't believe in none of that. He knows it. It's different. He don't believe like you. You are a believer. We know things. We know things. You either know it or you don't, brother.
I will believe in the invisible.
You either know it or you don't. We know that the God of the Bible is the invisible man. We know that the God of the Bible was created by man. We know these things. You're a believer.
I know. I'm not a believer. I know that the God of the Bible is referring to our ancestors that was ruling over the first civilization.
Yeah, that's crap. That's all crap.
Now, why would it be crap when the Bible telling you it's taking place in Northeast Africa?
Because the Bible is not even it's not real, man. It's just
the word God is not not even real.
It's a mythological story, brother.
You are purposely not hearing me.
The mythological story, brother. Man, listen, man. There's a mythological story. There's no real existence of a Moses, Abraham, Adam, Eve, Mary, Luke, John, Michael. None of that. Jesus. All of that is crap. It's a made-up story, brother.
Why do you have an issue
with that? You learn that.
So why you got an issue with the professor when he's showing you what those words really mean over there? He agrees with you, sa.neter. He agrees with me. He agrees with Reggie. But you insist on going with the white man's narrative about this book. It's the people that's teaching.
Man, it's the white man book, man.
It's their lies.
Show my screen, please.
Hold up. Yo, I'm dealing with the King James Bible. Are you telling me that that's our ancestors' book, brother? The King James Bible?
I'm saying that the language that is
yes or no. That's a no.
Of course.
All right, so me and you talking about something totally different.
No, we're not.
About the King James Bible.
I'm talking about how you study it. You studying it wrong.
Man, stop it, man. Stop it.
Studying it wrong.
Hey, Sa, can I get in here real quick, man?
Yeah, I want to let Yarah in first because Yarah ain't been speaking.
Oh, you said
So I want to do two things. I want to address what Morpheus said. He's no longer here, but then I want to address Reggie last with the last thing he just said. Can you share my screen, sa.neter? And then I'll be done. Share my screen on this one, right?
Your screen is up.
Okay, great. Let's read this real quick. This is in regards to what Morpheus was saying about James Strong and why y'all shouldn't listen to Morpheus. I keep saying this to y'all over and over again. I'm just going to read. It says strong concordance remains important for Bible study. It says it's widely acceptable, right? It's widely acceptable, widely accessible tool providing unique numbers for Hebrew and Greek words, bridging readers to original language, revealing word usage, and aiding deeper understanding, though it must be used carefully to avoid word concept fallacies. Now watch what it says, right? Key reasons for its continued relevance: access to original languages. It's not outdated. Systematic indexing. It's still used. Its consistent numbering system, Strong's numbers, is a standard reference, making it easy to look up words and see how they're translated across the Bible. Contextual comparison. It allows readers to find every place a specific word appears, helping them compare. That's all we use it for. Accessibility. It's widely available, often free online and apps and different things like that. So when he says it's outdated, what he's trying to tell you is that they no longer use it. That's a lie. It is still in use. It is still widely in use. But when scholars use their actual academic work, they use more than just the Strongs. So when he says you can't use it, we're not saying you write a whole paper based off the Strong's Concordance. What we're saying is it's still a viable tool to use, and you're not going to go into any seminary. You're not going to go to any biblical college, any Bible study. You're not going to go to any scholastic halls of academia, and they tell you, and they don't have an actual Strong's Concordance available. That's crazy. It's crazy for him to come up here and try to gaslight and fam y'all like that. That's why I tell you, don't believe what Morpheus says. Don't believe it. My next point, I'm going to share my screen on Reggie. Right? Why Reggie don't really be knowing stuff, right? Let me stop that. It's on my library. Right? Israel in the land of Canaan. Let's see what it says. It says during the 12th century BCE, which is the same time the Meneptah Stele was written, it says a new people appear in the central hill country of Canaan. Almost undoubtedly, these newcomers were the Israelites as attested in the Bible. To examine this subject, we begin with the archaeological evidence, after which we will turn to the biblical material, especially the books of Joshua and Judges. What does the archaeological evidence say? It says during the late Bronze Age period from 1500 to 1175 BCE, which immediately preceded the biblical period, the Central Hill country was relatively open terrain, right? So for reference, I believe the Hyksos was expelled out of, the Hyksos rulers were expelled out of Egypt before this time. I believe that was about 1550, 50 years before, or maybe even 1650, maybe 100 years before this occurred. So we're not talking about the Hyksos, two different groups of people. It says extensive archaeological surveys of the region from the Jezreel Valley in the north of Beersheba Basin in the south have identified only about 30 settlements dating to this period. However, in the immediately following Iron Age 1175 to 1000 BCE, which is where the Bible places King Saul and King David in this particular period of time, the number of settlements within the same geographical area rose dramatically to about 250 settlements. This expansion cannot be due to natural population growth, but must rather indicate the arrival of a new people in the region. That means they came there in masses, Reggie. And if they're known under Meneptah Stele, they came there in the region, and also, guess what they brought with them? Their God, Yahweh, came with them out of Egypt. Even if you want to place the Exodus at 1200 BCE, which is the low chronology. If you want to place it at 1400 or 1450 BCE in the middle chronology, then the Soleb inscription fits. So we do have attestation of these people leaving in masses, coming into that hillside country and down into Canaan out of Egypt. Right?
No.
Yes. You just said no. This ain't my work. Read it for yourself.
No, because you're misinterpreting what it says.
No, I'm not interpreting what it says.
Okay,
I'm reading
so
what
let
it
me
says.
go. So
it says beginning in the 12th century, The landscape becomes dotted with settlements arranged in elliptical patterns. The houses are aligned solely along the perimeter of the ellipsis, while the interior of site remains. Why this is important? Because it shows the settlements of Israelites. Here again, here's a depiction right here of the 4-room houses. Hold on. No, shut your mouth. Of the 4-room houses that Manfred Betek, the Egyptologist, the archaeologist, states that he found circa 1450, 1446 BCE in the land of Avaris or Goshen. This is a staple. This is a staple of how the Israelites constructed their 4-room houses. So we have a 200-year span of archaeological evidence from at least 1400 BCE, 1450 BCE to 1000 BCE, showing that the Israelites and their material culture existed during that time. And we know that they came out of Egypt.
No, we don't know that. So,
we don't know that. Have you ever read Manfred Betek's work on it?
Yeah, but that's only one
So
scholar.
then if you read Manfred Betek's work on it, what does Manfred Betek say about the 4-room houses?
Other scholars say that it's
I
Asiatic.
asked you about Manfred Betek. I didn't ask you about other scholars. You said you read his work.
Because you
what
don't
does
know
he
how
say
to,
about the 4-room houses he excavated down near Avaris?
Okay. Where does he say that those were Israelites?
He in his work.
Well, go find it. And in the meantime, when you go find it.
You said you read the work, Reggie.
Well, you go find it.
I tell you what, Reggie. I tell you what. Are you saying that the Israelites, there's no archaeological evidence for the Israelites and their 4-room houses ever being attested to by Manfred Betek?
I'm saying that he has some conclusions, but those are debated. So
nobody who debates it? Give me one scholar.
We can get to that.
Wait,
we can get to that. Can I go?
I want you to give me one.
Please
PhD
let me go.
Scholar. Hold on, because you're going all over the place and you're moving the goalposts.
No.
I asked you to give me one PhD scholar that you know of that disagrees with Manfred Betek's archaeological findings down near Avaris in the land of Goshen or Koshen, where he talks about the 4-room houses and how he attested them to the Israelites.
Okay. Can I get to that after I go?
I'm asking you. So
can I get to that?
And then
later?
number 2, hold on. And number 2, Reggie, this work here shows that there was a mass migration of people.
Well, how does that? A few houses?
No, it doesn't say a few houses. It says 250 settlements.
Right. So
not houses, settlements. That means 250 small cities. And we know that these cities still existed even up until the time of Hezekiah, the 5145 cities that Hezekiah
I want to address that,
about.
But can I go?
I'm asking you, Reggie. You said that
no. I'm going to try to address it, but can I go?
But you got to show me where you proved that there was no mass migration.
Okay, so let me get to that point. I'm gonna get to that point, right? So just let me go first. So can you share my screen?
sa.neter got to do it. Oh, there he is.
No, I know. sa.neter, can you share my screen? Good. Okay, so let's get James Strong out of the way. James Strong, he authored that Bible concordance, but he co-authored encyclopedia articles that describe African Negroes in details and explicitly linked them to slavery. But his tone, well, let me blow it up. Let me blow this up. Let me blow this up. Okay, so here's James Strong. He died in 1894. He's outdated. James Strong co-authored encyclopedia articles that describe Africans, Negroes, in detail, explicitly linked them to slavery, but his tone in 19th century is paternalistic and racist, rather than overly pro-slavery. He also oversaw an article framing Christianity as fundamentally opposed to slavery, while narrating Anglo-American abolition in heroic terms. Who James Strong was, he died in 1894, was an American Methodist biblical scholar, right? and lexicographer, best known for Strong's exhaustive concordance, right? The Negro article. So let's get to the Negro article that you people sa.net's ending. The Negro article, Africans and Their Character. The Encyclopedia Negro entry defines Negro as name generally applied to the African natives, then limits true Negro races to central bands of Africa and distinguishes them from North Africans such as Egyptians, Berbers, and Nubians. Right? So he separates out Africa. This is Moses's godfather, right? And then he goes into the pseudo color, skull shape, limb proportions when science has updated that, right? So then he talks about the Negro and African slavery. So your Strong is a racist, a paternalistic European type person. And that was his view in the Bible. He's in the dirt, right? Fine. His work stands, but you got to be able to read it right. Now, the other part of it is going back to is me trying to go back to Manfred B-Tech. All right. So I need a few minutes to go and do that, right? Just to get out of what I want to get out of that. So I can say that I am not I'm not immediately, because I need to pull out specific things. But what I really want to say about that is that on the pictures that you show, where's a Yahweh or El altar? Show me in all of those damn settlements that you showed a Yahweh and El altar, because that's a requirement. Right? So he showed settlement pictures, but the requirement is a worship. So there will be a temple. Okay, so
all right. I want to go around and let the people close out. I want to go around and let the people close out. I've been live for like 3 hours and 46 minutes, and y'all just changed my whole program up. We were supposed to have been talking about the God of the Bible is evil, and Moses came in with his pseudo babble and changed up the whole conversation. Moses did that. But it's all right, Moses. I got love for you, brother. I still love you, man. It
wasn't me that did that.
Yes, you did. You did it. You changed it all up to the government and all this other craziness. But anyway, close out, Moses. You got the first hand. Close out.
All right, okay. So I'm gonna respond to what Reggie said, right? So Reggie,
no, you ain't got to respond to Reggie. Just close out.
I'm closing out. I'm closing out with saying this because my closeout applies to what Reggie was saying. So basically, audience, James Strong and his boys went over to Northeast Africa and found out how our ancestors was running things, and then they came over here and they built America, and they took our ancestors that used to be the rulers and they chained those ones that was rulers here in America, and they basically imitating us right now. This America, this construct that we are in, this was our construct at first, and this dude that Reggie was telling y'all about learned everything about us, and that's why we over here. I'm gonna close out with that.
I got my MTV out. Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get! Yes! What's next? What's next? I gotta get it. I'm not gonna stay fucking down.
We was the first, we gonna be the last. We started with rule, and we gonna be ruling.
Moses, you're done.
All right.
All right. Let me go to Easy Bands. Easy Bands, you there? All right. Easy Bands has been disqualified. He's no longer there. Let me kick him out. Rastafari, you there? Close us out, my brother. Close us out.
You don't know, always great to be in the house of consciousness.
Hey, Reggie, this is the brother that donated the $25 to you that I was talking about.
Yeah, Rebel Rod. He's my dude. I just, you know.
Thomas, hey, Reggie, you don't know, one love every time, man. We're coming from the ground of Dr. Ben and the whole foundation. So everything we have to get it right. And the information you presented made a lot of sense. Even though in a particular area, I could point out some stuff, but at the end of the day, it's all love and it's better understanding, more education. So you don't know, give thanks for the platform. And every time we give thanks for the people listening, and we give thanks for the people that coming in and give the information. And Saiwa, I know you're talking about Ankh and everybody, but I want to go into some science, like elemental science and so forth. That would kind of take the HOK into like a classroom setting versus a philosophical point of science. So you would see elements like oxygen, carbon, and you would know basically the atomic number, mass number, and so forth. The you know what I'm saying? Just basically stuff like that. If you're interested, I love that field, chemistry. So I just want to show the people little things on, you know what I'm saying, local chemistry. So
All
give
right.
thanks for the HOK. Bless that.
Thank you. Hey, my man, Elder Yarah, you there?
Didn't you let him close out
Yeah,
already?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Nah, you ain't closed out yet, right? Yarah?
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't. No.
All right, close us out. Close out, brother.
No.
Close
Yeah,
out. I know you got a lag.
I'm finna close it. Yeah, I'm finna close out right now. I want to share my screen, and this is what I'm gonna close out with. I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Your screen is sharing. Uh-oh, your screen just went off.
It went off. Oh man, I did that. Hold on. Let me do it again. I thought it wasn't sharing. Hold on. I'm gonna close out with this right here. I'm gonna close out with this right here. Right. All right. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yes, your screen is sharing.
All right. So again, Reggie asked about where the altars were, right? So
Right.
here it is, as explained in our latest issue, Let the Stones Speak. There are 2 stone altars at the site. A large early Iron Age 1 altar circa 1200 BCE, which was built over the top of a smaller original late Bronze Age 2 altar, both excavated at late Hoffa University. Archaeologist Adam Zertel, this earlier original altar is believed by Stripling. Stripling is an epigraphist. He studies ancient languages and writings to be Joshua's, and together with the inscribed amulet could date to the 2 centuries earlier than the larger later altar, which would take us back to 1400 BCE, like I said. So thus the matching internal biblical in the framework. That's what it says. This is the altar. This is a drawing that they found. This is a drawing that they made of what they found, right? Here would be the altar, or what in Israelite, the brazen altar. But here's the altar. And they talk about right here. According to Professor Zertel, the square altar matches descriptions of Jerusalem temple altar, but was built 2 centuries after biblical date for Joshua. The smallest circular altar, installation 94, sits directly under the exact center of the 13th century BCE altar. Dr. Stripling, the epigraphist, studies the language and believes installation 94 is likely Joshua's altar. In 2019, Stripling and Associates for Biblical Research Team, with the support of Shaman Regional Council, wet shifted Zertel excavated material. According to Stripling, these types of amulets are well known. And he's talking about the cursed tablet, or the de facto tablet, which mentions on the tablet that they found at the site, at this altar, mentions the name of Yahweh. So when Reggie talking about where's the altars, they have biblical evidence of the altars, Dr. Reggie. We have actual evidence of Yahweh's name at the site of that altar circa 1200 BCE, and even earlier down there when they go into further stratus, they found older altars that go back to 1400 BCE, put us back at the time of the Meneptah Stele of 1400 BCE, 1200 BCE, put us back at the time of the Soleb inscription when they mentioned Yahweh's name, and then ultimately less than 50 years, that's under 50 years, 1446 at the time of the biblical Exodus, according to most PhD scholars like Douglas Petrovich and Titus Kennedy. So we do have evidence of PhD scholars and archaeologists that support the argument of these people coming into these lands with their deities, with their ritual practice of the Israelites, as we read in the biblical traditions, bro. I'm out with that.
All right. Hey, Yarah.
You want to debate me? Show up.
Yarah.
What's up?
Before you go, let me let you know there has been a poll set up, and who you got? The people chose Dr. Reggie team versus Black Sage team. 83%.
You know how
versus 17. You have 17% of the people that came with you, and you have 83% that voted for Dr. Reggie's team.
Yeah, you know that one for what? Voted for Reggie on what?
Dr. Reggie, Morpheus, they was voting that they were right. They were more in scholarship line.
Right.
Well, you got to ask them. I can't tell you. They the one that voted.
Unless they come in and do a formal debate, how you gonna take a poll on what these niggas? They did barely showed any sources.
Well, hey, brother, you arguing with me. I didn't do it.
Reggie said, I've been debunking these clowns all night. That's why your polls don't bring no credibility to your platform.
Why you getting mad? Yarah?
I tell you all of this, and I keep telling
all
you.
I'm saying is I put up a poll that says who you got.
We don't
Dr. Reggie team or Black Sage team. On your team, you had Moses 777 and Easy Bands.
Let me tell you something.
Dr. Reggie had it was him, Morpheus, and Brother La.
sa.neter, nobody comes over here and think your poll is legitimate for shit. What you talking about?
Oh man.
Hey man, what are you talking about?
All right, you should be getting yourself ready for the debate with me and you. You should be getting ready for that.
Man, I told you, man, I've been ready for that, man, almost 5 years ago.
Okay. Dr. Reggie, close us out, man. You get the last word.
I beat Lex Vortex up with on the same debate topic.
All right. Share my screen. So the goalpost moved from Manfred B-Tech. So you got his stuff up. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Manfred B-Tech does not report any Yahweh or El altars in his excavations. The cultic remains at the Avaris or Canaanite, Levantine, and Egyptian, but not explicitly Yahwistic or El specific. So B-Tech's work at Tel Adaba Avaris reveals a mixed cultural landscape: Syrian, Palestinian, Canaanite temples, Egyptian temples, altars, and sacrificial pitch, reflecting a Levantine immigration population under the Hyksos, the Hekakasu, and the early New and into the early New Kingdom. The temples. So we could close the show out. The problem is that these Hebrews don't understand that, and even the sources show that the Hebrews emerged from the Canaanite groups within their within the Levant. It did not. The archaeology shows that it did not emerge in Egypt at all. If there are temples, first you got to show that there was a Joshua, that Joshua actually existed, and we can't find anybody except for Hezekiah, Nebuchadnezzar, the Taharka. Those are real people, but we can't find any of these other people that they're really talking about. So what they don't want you to deal with is that the Yahweh, the Yahweh and the El people, these are Canaanites, right? That emerged, and so that's what scholarship is saying. So they confuse, like a lot of people in the chat are saying, they confuse Canaanite with Hebrew. Just because it's Asiatic does not mean it's Hebrew. And from its own sources, Hebrews emerged much later. So I'll stop. I mean, dealing with Yarah is to me just a really waste of time, because you can always find sources that just topple what he's trying to say.
All right, hey yo, real quick, I'm getting ready to head over there where Apostle at. Y'all ain't got to come. I'm coming. If y'all would like to come, Apostle's over there banging on Unc, and he's also getting at me. He's hurt, and so I'm going to see what
give
he's.
him a channel, sir. Why?
Because it's no. I don't hate Apostle.
Want to hear your wine.
Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. I don't hate Apostle, brother. Apostle is my brother. It don't matter whether I agree with him or not.
Say you hate him.
What I'm saying is, brothers like him, this is therapy for him. That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah, but if I never bang on you, I would be off.
No, he's not banging on me. He's disagreeing with me, and it's all right. This is the toughest environment. I'm all right with people disagreeing with me.
Okay, so
it ain't like he over there cursing me out, disrespecting me. He ain't doing that. He's just saying where he disagrees. and he's going in, but he might be going in on Unc.
All the time, it just goes off your shoulder.
Right. That don't bother me, man. Apostle is my brother. That's my man. Regardless of how we get it in, you know, I let him go ahead and bang back. You know, man, you know, I got alligator skin, man.
Yeah,
I got alligator skin, brother.
That's my.
That's why I wear the gators.
Hey,
my closing is, watch this. No Yahweh or L alters in BTEX publications. Now he can go somewhere
I never
else.
made that claim.
All right, y'all. That's it. We out of here. I got to go over there where Apostles at, and then now here come Morpheus, man. Now
Hey,
Morpheus.
sa.neter, before you go, can I read one paragraph, bro? Give me one.
Let Morpheus close out.
Just give me 1 minute, then Morpheus close out.
Reggie, relax, Reggie, relax. Go ahead and read your paragraph.
Just thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm already sharing my screen, right? Watch this. I'm gonna show him something, right? Reggie don't know how to read the information. This is in regards to Manfred B-Tech, and it's easy to pull the source up, but for the sake of time. So we see it's talking about Manfred B-Tech, right? This is what Manfred B-Tech's key discoveries, right? And interpretation by B-Tech. I'm gonna just go to the second one. This is what I showed Reggie in the archaeological record. It says the Israelite 4-room houses. He found reed huts with floor plans identical to later Iron Age Israelite 4-room houses, suggesting an Israelite or proto-Israelite presence in Egypt as early as 12th century BCE, later than the traditional dates of the Exodus. Reverse chronology. B-Tech proposed that the biblical order might be reversed, with Israelites settling in Canaan before some groups went to Egypt, implying an earlier pre-Exodus settlement phase. Evidence, right? In Thebes, later research building on his work linked Semitic group Sashu of Shir construction projects in Egypt, suggesting captive workers or slaves, potentially proto-Israelites, were involved in building temples and cities like Menet and Habu. So again, I can keep going on. Significant evidence of the Israelites, physical evidence. B-Tech's excavation offered tangible archaeological evidence of West Semitic people living in Egypt, providing a potential backdrop for the biblical story of the Israelite sojourn. What he's talking about is we know that the Israelites had a specific way of building. That's what he discovered. I never said that there was evidence of them worshiping El and Yahweh. Reggie made that crap up. But as I showed, there is altars and physical evidence of Israelites. B-Tech found that they excavated their houses, and we talked about Scott Stripling and the other archaeologists found actual references to Joshua, to altars built that dedicated to Joshua, with his name listed there. What is he talking about? Along with the name of Yahweh in the de facto Ebla tablets. Look it up, Reggie. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to synthesize this information. And I don't want to talk to you because you'll never stand up in the ring with me. The last time you did, you got destroyed. At least you stand up and be a man and try to get your lick back, but you ain't going to come over here.
All right. All right. Morpheus, you know I'm closing out. Morpheus, you got to close out.
All right, real quick, man. I'm sorry, I had an electrical problem, bro. My whole the breaker blew out. That's why everything just went boom. I was like, oh shit. So anyway, that's why I apologize. I missed a lot. I got to go back and watch, right? But just what I wanted to show, right? You see my screen, right?
Your screen is sharing.
All right, then I'm gonna go out with this. All these shows, we have to establish what we're arguing, right? What are we arguing? Now, I thought when we come up here and talk that this is what we are arguing, right? We're looking for facts, right? Right? Things that are objective,
yes,
reality, evidence, data existing independently of belief, correct?
Right.
This is fact. This is what facts is. Things that are verifiable can be proven true or false through observation, experimental logic. Constant truth rooted in facts does not change over time. Now, this is what I'm arguing a lot of times, right? When I'm talking or my arguments or positions that I present is this. I'm talking from this basis, right? When you're talking to these religious people, they're talking from here, tradition, right? They're talking from here, bro. Traditions, subjective cultural practices, beliefs, stories handed down, often forming cultural identities, right? Do you understand what I'm saying right now? Right? So there's a difference between facts and what people traditionally, which is what when I was showing the Hofmeyr thing, Hofmeyr was saying, I don't have any facts. What I have is what the tradition people believe traditionally. That's what he was arguing from. This tradition. So when you're dealing with Israelites, Jews, or Islam, whatever, they're arguing from what's traditional amongst the culture. They're not coming from here. We're looking, at least I know I am, I'm looking for facts. I'm arguing from what is the evidence? What is the facts? What does the facts say objectively, not subjectively? But if you don't know the difference between the two, right, you don't even understand what people are arguing, right? When we talk about Yahweh and all that, those are traditions. Those are traditional beliefs. Those are not factual, sir. You got me?
I'm right here. I'm listening.
Right. Does that make sense?
A whole lot of sense.
Right. So we got to distinguish what we're talking about when we're talking these things, these conversations, right? Because they're getting mixed up in the public. If they don't distinguish what we're talking from, you're going to get mixed up. You're going to think traditions is actually true and facts. And no, these are all traditional stuff that they're arguing from. They're not arguing from facts, from scientific facts, and they're not arguing from their position. You know what I mean? So in 2026, my hope is that we concentrate more on what is facts. What do we know factually? What do we know? What can we objectively verify as being facts? Not what tradition and what the culture believed and so on and so. No, I'm not talking about it. Come on, we got to move past that. That's tradition. So I'm going to close out with that. I'm going to land my plane because that's where the arguments are coming from. Two different points.
All right. I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank y'all for coming in. I appreciate everybody's input. And we out of here, y'all. Peace and Black Power.
Yeah. That is for my sisters trapped in religion. Wake up and free the babies. Sa.neter speak the truth, he's on a mission. Yeah. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will you Bible thumpers wake up? All just fall. The house of consciousness, the final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. I use the Bible like a lantern in the night, trying to wake up my sister. The house is closing in, it's a total mess. You ignore my wisdom, the ultimate test. Step inside the HOK, it's the toughest terrain, where the truth hits hard, the cuts bring pain. I try to wake you with the word in my hand, to get you to the truth, to help you understand. I gave you the scriptures, chapters and verse. I gave you the keys to break the curse. I gave you Torah to unlock with keys. Break the mental chains and be free. The final call. Yeah, will your Bible thumpers wake up? All just fall. The house of consciousness. The final call. Stop believing in fairy tales, especially Paul. They call you apostle like you a prophet of God, telling lies and fooling people can't be that hard. You're preaching from YouTube, looking for a handout. I'm standing on family, trying to bring the truth out. Welcome to the HOK, where the truth resides. No more hiding in the pews where the dies. We speak against the Bible just to wake the inner sight. Come inside the HOK doors, we bring the light. The house of consciousness, the final call. Will you stop.